It is time, ArchTitus. I've got my beer. We're ready to rock. It's going to be a fun one today. ArchTitus is something that I've been meaning to revisit for years. But today, we're making it happen. Complete destruction. Take a sledgehammer. Full refactor. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing. Alex, why? I used it. I believed it. Even made some commits only for you to abandon it years ago. Now you insist on resurrecting the dead. Leave it be. What about this? Hear me out. What if we bring everything into Linux utility? What if we take all these projects, instead of having them all as their own repos, we take the best bits of all and have the setup all be in Linux utility? That way I'm not trying to keep track of two code bases. Because ArchTitus is great and all, like back in the day. Back when I was actually actively developing it. And really all I want to use it for is server setup and maybe like a DWM install. What if instead of doing any of that, we just do a server setup as fast as possible as a toggle option in LinUtil? I like this idea better than resurrecting ArchTitus. I think we archive ArchTitus and let it die. But we bring back the parts that matter and just tweak it a little bit. I like this idea. Now, that might be the way to do it. Thinking on how the best way to go for that would be. I think that would be the best. Already derailed 5 minutes into the stream. Anywho, let's first take a look at the project and then go from that. Also, another milestone, 20,000 stars on LinUtil. Hell yeah. So good. Yeah, so I think Linux utility, Alex, is the way to go. Is indeed a lot better. Because what we can do, and what I'm thinking here, because ArchTitus, what the idea behind ArchTitus was a complete setup for Arch, right? Super fast, super easy. But then it like morphed into like this behemoth of hey, let's try and pigeonhole a whole bunch of different desktop environments and crap I don't use. So then it's like, hey, who's keeping up with that? And it's just kind of a mess. I really like the idea of just, because the only thing I use ArchTitus for now is, here, let's pull it up real fast. I haven't even pulled up the repo in forever. Let's go repositories. I like this. I'm thinking we're jiving. I mean, we're already hitting the ground running here. I'm already thinking this is going to be great. Okay. So far, really on the resurrection or revisit, it's just DWM and Hyperland. Apparently I touched this 6 months ago. I've slept since then. So I already kind of thought of this, but I didn't really clean it out. Let's clean this out, and then we'll transplant what we want for a quick setup into like a one-button option in LinUtil. And then that's it. I don't want a bunch of people adding like, well, I got my setup, I'm going to add to it. Nope, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. I'm going to set up GNOME in your... Nope, that's not happening. Not nixing it right now. So I think that's really the way to go. Like LinUtil plus Debian, LinUtil plus Arch. I agree with that. I agree. We're going to make an Arch Fedora Deb Titus utility toolbox. All the buzzwords. Everything in Linux today, right now. GNOME. Can suck it. All right. I just hate GNOME. I'm apologize if anybody from like the GNOME dev team ever follows me. They're like, nope, this guy's crazy. He hates us. I don't hate you. I just think you make a terrible desktop environment. That's all. Oh, God. GNOME. Oh, it's going to be fun. I mean, you know, it's been fun. I got to say, I really have loved revisiting Arch this time around. I mean, what are we at? 117 days. Wouldn't be a Titus stream without me pulling up my fast fetch. All right, so let's pull this down. Go into GitHub. Let's go into ArchTitus. Let's do a git pull. All right. And then, of course, we're going to grab some cursor. Chopping time. We're going to go chop, chop, chop. I'm feeling it today. Today is going to be a fantastic, glorious, amazing day. We're making history today. I can feel it in my bones. All right, here we go. Here we go. ArchTitus. Bam. So if I remember right, we have all these scripts that get set up. We have an automated setup script. I think at this point, were we doing like a refactor or are we doing rate mirrors? I can't remember. All right, so you got the BetterFS setup. You have mounting of BetterFS. You can choose whichever you're doing here. This is actually coded pretty good. Then we got this mirror list, generate fstab, and let's see. I know Zero Linux is in here every day looking at this type of stuff, so I don't see anything pop out at me. I think all this looks actually pretty good. Let's go to the setup side of things. Here we go. This is Reflector. Is Reflector still a thing? I know we were using rate mirrors on ours, so yeah. I need to turn off that random sub emote unlock. What does that even do? I don't even know what I have enabled over there. I just got someone spamming like crazy. Oh, you caught me up, man. All right. All right, good stuff. All right, let's see what we have. I think we'll be fine. I think we'll be fine with that. I mean, last time I ran it, it did work, so I think I'll just leave it alone. Then we're going time date, just doing locale setup. That's fine. Base system setup. And this is where I think I kind of almost want to write all this from scratch. Man, I think we're going to write it from scratch, y'all. Hate to do it, but I'm feeling like we just take it, toss it all into one script, and just call it the Arch setup script. And then since you're using LinUtil, then you just specify, yeah, I want DWM on top of a server Arch. Done. And you're good to go. I feel like that's the way to go. I really do. And then we get rid of all this other stuff and then just sunset this whole project. Although I think the NVIDIA stuff was all kind of garbage. Let's see. Tux, thanks for the resub. Tier 1. All right, man. Check this out. Zero Linux Plasma. I know you've always been a big Plasma guy too, and I always have too. If you're going to use a desktop environment, why not Plasma? I agree. Although Plasma 6 was a little bit buggy on launch, I feel like they've worked out a lot of bugs. Let's check that out real fast. So I know Zero's been working on a script. Let's see what we got. Multi-boot. Grab Arch. I know you're doing a script type setup, which I like. I appreciate that. And then you're doing the Arch install script. Man, this has vibes, ArchFi vibes. You guys remember ArchFi? I think ArchFi is no longer actually set up anymore. But I kind of want to run this just so we get a live. I will not be held responsible. Be very careful here. Well, if you're doing formatting, they should know. But I have gotten some angry emails. Actually, I think on my subreddit. Not to derail. Don't worry, we're just going to take a quick detour over onto the ArchTitus Tech subreddit. I did see this the other day. They basically said I nuked their system. There we go. ArchTitus nuked my system. It's going to install Arch. And then the ArchTitus script installer, apparently they did it wrong, and then boom, they formatted the wrong drive, and then that was it. Any ideas on how to fix? I was like, eesh. Yeah, that not good. You wiped out your whole system. So, yeah, that's actually probably a really good highlight of red there. Word of warning. That just recently happened to someone on one of my projects, and I was like, dang, I'm sorry. Not my fault. You should have read, but still, that sucks. Whenever a format comes involved, just know you can lose all your data. Anyways, sorry. And then installing Plasma. And then you're doing a wget Plasma install. Okay, so doing some whiptail action, right? curated set of Plasma packages to avoid future headaches, and then setting up the system. Yeah, and then you got the post install script here. That's pretty cool, man. I like it. I might come pillage your open source project. Pull the Git. Let's go scripts. You got your toolkit here, and let's see. I think you've linked to that in the past. Scripts, and then you got dbox, gaming, packages, service, tool init, script. Yeah. So I kind of want to take, obviously not Zero's. I mean, I think Zero very talented, but I just like looking at other stuff too. You can always learn something from other people's scripts. So it's good to analyze other people, what they do. And then you're like, hey, that's a good idea. I like that. Gen 2 stable still on Plasma 5. I can't blame them. Yeah. I think when I was doing the K-Focus laptop, I still have to do a final video on that. I'm still, maybe this weekend. But I know they're still on Plasma 5, and I think they're just now looking at pushing Plasma 6, but they're just making sure all the bugs are out. And I know most of their clientele's business customers. So if business customers aren't on Plasma 6 yet, don't go to Plasma 6 unless you enjoy having a few extra surprises on your hands. Okay. I think what we're going to do is pull in ArchTitus into Linux utility. I want to pull in more projects to Linux utility. I just really, really love having everything baked in. Eventually, and I know some people are like, why do it this way? A lot of times I'm like, hey, if it's not really an online pull down, I kind of want to bake in a lot of stuff. So then we can just have one binary with everything. I think that'd be cool. Don't forget the swap file code. Yeah. So let's just go through it right now. I think that's what we do. So let's see our current structure in our toolbox. And I just want to put everything in here. All my projects, everything. Just all the things. Let's go into commands. All right. So here's our command setup. Let's go to system setup. And then under system, we have Arch. So now we have Arch with some AUR. I want to do like a Vim server setup.sh. So that's what I mainly use ArchTitus for, is the server setup. And it's pretty simplistic here. What we could do, and what we're going to just walk through each one of these. Drop that. Let's go, do we call it ArchTitus or do we drop ArchTitus from the name? Feels a little egotistical to put my name in everything, but so be it. Man, I'm not checking DMs on live stream, man. Every time. No, not doing it. Oh, it's a bad habit. It's like pulling up Twitter on live streams. No good could ever come from that. Keep the name. All right. Everybody's tied to the name. All right. So let's just grab this and then cut the fat. We shall do that. And let's go back home. 0. Let's go bin. Do we do bin bash, bin sh? I feel like there's probably some bash only scripting here. I know we were doing most of everything in sh because of POSIX compliant, but it could change. Could change that. Oh, really? People can't do LinUtil today? Oh, God. All right. 1 second then. Better not. It better be something good. Let's see. Please remove the redirect for Linux. It's calling it a 404. Even the latest download URL is there. Oh, really? Okay. I gotcha. So let's see. We do have a problem with LinUtil. All right. Let's do a curl. What was the command to run LinUtil? Don't run it remote very much. It is still a very young project. So, a lot of people expect projects to just immediately be good right out of the gate. It takes years, man. It just takes years of constant going at it, man. Okay. So we had a refactor. Does it start sh that the redirect was going to or not? What was this supposed to go to? That should be download latest. think what we'll do, let's see what that should be. 1 second. Let's fix this so people could actually launch it. People are like, what the hell? It disappeared on us. 1 second. Oh, I forgot. We got to improve that script. Yeah. What's the best way to do this? Let's just edit it right here. But what we can do, what's happening is the actual link is fine. It's just not grabbing these two things. All right. So our workflow is just not grabbing these two SH scripts. I appreciate it, Colin. Yeah, so what that looks like now, bam. So there's a couple bugs here too that's kind of annoying. One, this was not compiled today. It just grabs the current date. That's what's happening over here. This is supposed to be the compile day, not the actual day of like the launch. Like what is happening here? What did I do? I fat fingered something on the code. It's funny though. It's so new though. We're gonna run into other stuff. Yeah, I mean it's to do. It's not the end of the world. Like I said, this Linux. I also had something. I think we got to talk about this too. I had a comment today saying, "Hey, do you plan on selling the Linux Toolbox?" And I need to give an answer here as someone that is basically a developer now. And this is going to sound really cruel, but you can't. When it comes to Linux, you just can't make money doing Linux desktop anything. It's just not a money-making thing. It's for fun and it's for, a hobby or to learn something. And that's really what this project is when it comes to Linux Toolbox. Windows Toolbox, it's a whole different game over there. Windows, you can make tons of money doing a lot of different ways because it's Windows. Mac, you can make even more money. It's even more monetizable. In the Linux realm, when it comes to Linux desktop, I don't think there's no developer that exists that does it for money. No one in any development environment does it. And to many Linux people, they'll go, that's not true. There's Red Hat, there's other people. I'm like, yeah, selling your time for money for a support platform just doesn't work. It's not scalable. There's a lot of issues with it. And frankly, I'm never going to hire anybody. So it's like, that's not doable. I'm not going to support any of that. So there's no way to actually make money in Linux. Full stop. To me, I think you either just love Linux and do it for free, or you just drop it. If you need to make money, like let's say my finances became really tight and I'm like, crap, I need to make my mortgage. I got to drop Linux. I'll probably be full-time in Windows at that point in time and really just be dumping all my dev time into Windows because there's just no money in Linux. And that's just, I hate to tell you, that's just the world we live in. And that's how I see it. How do Linux people survive? They use Windows. They dual boot and they develop for other things. I mean, it's just not, it's a thing of passion. And that's the world we live in. Server stuff, yeah, as a sysadmin, but you're charging for your time at that point in time. The server stuff, there's just not much money in it. I just want to tell you guys the truth. Like when it comes to like donations and that type of thing, it's not a full-time endeavor. It's a fun hobby on the side that hopefully pays you something. It'd be cool. But for the most part, you would never do it for the money. And if you're really wanting to be like a professional developer, I think you need to be cross-compiling for Windows or cross-compiling for Mac and selling it on those platforms because you can't really sell anything on Linux. Yeah. And it's fun and I love Linux. Don't get me wrong. But if I tried to sell something in Linux, here's what's going to happen. People are going to get pissed because it's open source and they could just run the binary. And most people could probably just get on GitHub and download it because I'm not going to hide the source code. And it's, all it would do is make people mad. So I understand that. So that's the game. That's the gist of it. I saw that comment and I was like, I understand. I would love to make money on it, but I just don't see a future where any of this work I'm doing right here makes me any money. Maybe a little bit from people that donate or maybe sub to my Twitch or sponsor me on GitHub. I love that. That's cool. Is it going to pay my whole bills? Absolutely not. Will it ever get to like 100% where I'm like, sweet, I don't have a day job, I'm just doing this? Probably not. I don't think there's enough money out there to support just my Linux endeavor. Windows utility, though, there's a chance. There's a chance I could make enough money over there to go completely full-time just on my Windows utility. So that's the realities of development in Linux and the development in Windows. And honestly, if you really are doing it for money, I honestly would probably target Mac. I just really hate coding in Mac. It's just something I don't personally like. But then again, if I was really obsessed with money, I think it'd be worth my while. All right. Yeah. As a dev, I only charge for my time. It's just how it works best. Yeah, and that's true. And you can totally make some money charging for your time, but there's only so many hours in the day that you can charge. If you want to make some money, selling software is where it's at. That's just how it works. Even people like TJ who made Kickstart NVim use YouTube to show their work, and that's how they make money. Open source isn't viable if you want to make money. And that's true. Like TJ's Kickstart's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Couldn't LinUtil work on Mac? Yeah, Mac is very much like a Unix base, so very easy to take a lot of this work and transport it to Mac and then make my own Mac utility. And there's a lot of Mac optimizations I could make. So yeah. But how do you even know if people support you with Toolbox or just dono sub? Yeah, so I've been doing this for about 5 years, and then just recently started really hardcore, like focusing on like a lot of the open source stuff. And I can tell you 90 something % of all donations come through Windows utility. And it definitely exists that people do it for the Linux side of things, but most of it is on the Windows side. Yeah, in Mac Util, you could do all kinds of crazy shenanigans with the App Store. Yes, Apple takes their cut, but like Mac users are just conditioned to just open up their wallet anytime they want to do any kind of software. Just like Linux users are conditioned to just download it and run it for free because it's open source, or just compile from source. I mean, I love it. And I mean, I know the YouTube game. I think someone in chat was like, hey, they make money by doing videos on YouTube, and they mentioned TJ. So here, let's switch over to my main channel. So this channel here, I'll just be straight up 100% transparent. This channel here, I make about $1,000 a month of just curating the VODs afterwards and then putting them on Titus Tech Talk. That's not bad, right? I'm pretty happy with that. And then if we go over to the main channel, now I haven't been making very many videos over here. I haven't made any this month. I'm still pulling in about a couple thousand on a little over 1 million views a month. And I know I'm bigger than TJ and many other people in the programming sphere. I think Prime's bigger than me now. I don't think sub-wise, but I think views, he's definitely eclipsed me. I think he posted like 5 or 6 million views. He's a madman on his content generation. But this isn't a full-time salary, like not even close. And this is all pre-tax. So 30% of this goes to the tax man. So, we're looking about $3,500 altogether. Of that $3,500, about 30% goes to taxes. So my take home's about $2,000, which is roughly about $24K a year, which is not bad depending on the country you're in. I'm really happy with that because I love doing a lot of the content and stuff, but we need to set some expectations here. I think, people they think everyone's like Mr. Beast making millions of dollars scamming their people doing fake giveaways and selling tons of merch. That's not me. And that's where a lot of YouTubers make a lot of money. They do it through sponsorships. They do it through merch sales. They do it from these things, and they're very hard to do. So those are all, that's just the reality of things, guys. Like straight up, there's my metrics. There's how much money you make. Here's where all of it's coming from. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure I could make a lot more doing a lot of other stuff, but You got to remember a lot of YouTubers too. I don't want to get too sidetracked here before we get back to coding, but a lot of them are media companies. They're not tech companies. So their whole game, most of their time is spent on going back and forth with companies going, hey, is this the ad spots that hit all the talking points that you wanted? And then they get paid. And they're media companies. Like, there's no tech person on YouTube that really, that's where they make the money, usually. It's not from ads. It's from most of the sponsorships and that back and forth. And it's brutal. It's a brutal process. So I'm not slamming them for being a media company, but we need to set some expectations there, because that is true. It's a little bit aggravating when people walk up to me and they're like, oh my God, you got 600,000 subs. You must be a millionaire. And I'm like, what are you smoking exactly? Like, what have you heard? This is literally a fifth, not even, about an eighth of what I used to make as an IT director. At one point in time, just working for the man, clocking in 9 to 5, I was pulling down 145,000, and then I also had 10% KPIs on top of that worth of bonuses. So another 15K on top of it. So you're looking at about 160 a year. We aren't even close to cracking that. And I just want to be straight up with y'all. That's the reality of it. So when I get people in comments and chat and stuff going, oh my God, and I'm like, no, we're doing Linux because I just love it. That's what we're doing it for. And to learn new skills, because these skills are practical no matter what. I joke about making money, but really the skills will make the money no matter what, whether I'm online or if I'm going into a new job or something like that. Having these skills we're developing on stream will give you money. It will pay you back. It may not be in direct, hey, I love this project, here's money for it. It could definitely be, hey, you learned these skills, these ways of doing things, and that is really where all the worth of this is. It's the skills you learn along the way. So sorry for that long rant and detouring a couple times. Yeah, so I mean, it's interesting. I don't understand streaming either. Like, that's another thing. People are like, well, you have a large following, you must understand a lot of this stuff. I really don't. I don't get it. I just do what I love, and then where things fall, they fall. And I just whatever pops in my brain, I usually say, and that's where it is. And as long as you come from a good place and your heart is pure, I think you're okay. That's where I go. What would you price the LinUtil of actual software? Probably $49.99. If you go into the same market, probably around $50 is what it would sell for. Full suite, probably go with like some GUI front end, write it in C#. Yeah, I think we're probably around there, $50. Bro, just press start button in OBS. It's true. All you got to do is start. So did you quit your 140K job for 2 or 3K in YouTube? Yeah, Pikachu, this is a good question. The short of it is no. I think YouTube and YouTuber isn't a job. Or Twitch streamer. I don't think these things are jobs. I think they're fun hobbies. I know, like, that's crazy. I know most people are like aspiring YouTuber, aspiring streamer. I don't think they're jobs. I think they're complements onto something else. They complement you for what else you do. So I still have a regular 9 to 5, just one day a week. It's not like a full-time 9 to 5, but I get benefits and other stuff from it. And I've worked there for a very long time. But it's those are complementary things. I can't take streaming or YouTuber or any of these types of things serious. I just don't think they're professions. Yeah. I know that's hard to say, and it's not to cut down on that. I think you do need a lot of understanding of audio quality, understanding video composition, and all these other things, which you can learn, and breaking it down. But it's fun to do. That's the thing I think that's cool about it. Even 5 years of doing this, I still love like producing a video and making these live streams and chatting with everybody. That's just fun. So you're charging $6 for a Zero Linux ISO is too low. Yes, absolutely. You have to charge more, at least $10. You can't charge less than $10 for any kind of piece of software. People just won't take you seriously at that price. It has to cost more than a drink. Yeah, I've made a bunch of ArchTitus videos. Speaking of, let's get back to that. That was a quite a detour. Let's move on from it and go. I see it as work. I see it as kind of like, I shouldn't say it's not I just don't consider it a job. I consider it a side hustle. That's the best way to put it. I love it as a side hustle because the thing about being on YouTube or Twitch or both, like me, I really love the fact I can say whatever I want over here. Whatever I want is so cool. And then get immediate feedback for everything. That's so neat. And it's extremely a powerful tool. It is an LLM, larger and human powered, that is just the best in the world. That's everyone in chat. Thank you guys. I know sometimes people pop in chat and just troll me. It's kind of funny too. But a lot of times the group ability to react to everything happening on stream is more powerful than any kind of collaboration that you could ever ask for. It's as if I walked into a job in a building, sat down at a computer, and then had 20 or 100 people stand over my shoulders and look at me do my work. Now, to some people, that's their nightmare. But to me, that is better than any invention in period. I think that's just, people don't understand how powerful that is, where you can just start pounding on something you don't even know about, but you'll have 100 people critiquing you and actually steering you in the right direction, generally. And I think that's cool. Yeah, and exactly, like you wouldn't buy either, and that's just, it's not targeted towards you. The thing that people forget, a tool for $50, a tool for $60, you know, those, when it comes to software pricing, and this is from a business aspect, mind you, your target audience isn't 1 million people. That's something that's get lost in a lot of people today too. My target audience isn't to hit a viral video or a viral stream and then have tens of thousands of people in chat where I can't even read chat. That would suck. I would lose the ability to, you know, do a lot of the things I do, which, you know, is cool. I love where we're at right now. And I get emails constantly like, we can supercharge your stuff and get you 10x your views and 10x your viewers. And I'm like, no, I don't want that. That sounds like a nightmare. And it's a lot more money from ads, but I don't care about that. The thing is, sometimes more numbers isn't a good thing. More people, more customers. Sometimes that's not a good thing. And if you price yourself so low that you're attracting millions of people, well, now you got to talk to millions of people and support millions of people. That's not a good thing. So if you price your software at $50 or $60, you now have eliminated a lot of those people, probably about 4/5 of them. So now you're making, well, actually, you're making the same amount, aren't you? Instead of spending, you know, paying $10 and having to support 1 million people, let's say you sell it for $50 and you sell it to 200,000 people, literally 1/5. Well, it doesn't matter. You sold it to 1/5 of the people for 5 times the price. You still made the same amount of money, but now you only have to support 1/5 of the people. So the software pricing is tricky like that. You don't want to be too cheap, because then you got more to support. and that's the tricky thing. Now, for me, I run completely off donations, so I don't really offer support, and it doesn't really matter. But if you did, and you did have like an actual product, and you're like, hey, I support this product, if something happens, you make sure to call our support number, man, you don't want to be doing it very cheap. You want to make sure you have a good cushion there. And also, you don't want to attract every customer. Yeah, and 203 people thought might need my tool. Yeah, and that's true. It's hard to say though. Like, you look at it, I think we started tracking how many people use the LinUtil, and God, what is it up to now? We started tracking, I think, 2 or 3 months ago. And what is that? Let's go GitHub LinUtil. And right now it's at 1.5 million runs. So we're roughly about 500,000 people running it every single month or more. That's a lot of people. So when you laugh at 200,000, I'm like, it might actually be more than that if I closed sourced it. That's kind of nuts. That's kind of nuts. But alas, I really like its state. I'm really happy with where it's at. I don't want to change anything. I just say all these things to show people, hey, this is what you do. Like, this is cool. This is fun. And you can make money doing it, which is great. But that's the thing. So thanks for the tier 1. Finally, ArchTitus, Debian Tires next. We're going to do Debian and Arch, I think, in this same thing. We do work to help others, not make money. But when we can take advantage of it for those who want to support us, I think that's good. Good, well put. It's way more rewarding knowing, like, when I have the LinUtil, sometimes it's super aggravating working in Windows. I know, shocking as that is, but I do get a lot of fulfillment when I know 1.5 million runs, probably, let's say 500,000 people. Let's say people are running at least 3 times in the past couple months. I mean, geez, that's 500,000 people I helped save from the aggravation that Microsoft gives from a stock experience. That feels kind of amazing. That feels absolutely amazing. Now that I think about it, that puts a smile on my face. So yeah. All right, let's work on the stream now. Oh my gosh. No more derails. I'm good. Let's go. Let's do it. Let's go. You know, we are using the user environment bash. That's kind of interesting too. So basically, Chris hates tech support. Yep, that's true. I've done it for 20 years. I don't want to do it any longer. I agree. Let's go. Yeah. Man, Luke's, I really hate encryption in Linux. I just hate encryption, period, to be honest, though. All right. Now, Vim server setup. What we're going to do here. Oops. I totally fat fingered that. And then we're going to strip it down. Did I not? Yeah, no. It took it all back. But piracy, privacy. Oh, gosh. No, we can't talk about privacy. Oh, my gosh. Absolutely hate it. Hate talking about that subject. Temple OS Titus win. Maybe sooner than you think. All right, let's first go through this. How much interaction are we going to do? All right, ArchTitus, bam. We're going to go through. This is run on here. Now, we need to test and see if there's a way. I guess let's finish with, yeah, let's finish this real fast. I'm combining all these scripts and then we're going to like do a little bulk refactor on it. And one thing I kind of want to do too is look at the very end here, like a refactor of sorts, and make this, I don't want as much interaction that it has right now. I'm writing a personal Arch install script in Tweak Suite for my Windows Arch migration. Oh, that's cool. Jack's doing God's work over there and took a lot of inspiration from ArchTitus. Oh, that's so cool. I love hearing that. I love it when people take my projects and then just like loot and plunder and then create their own thing from it. I think that's, you know, what do they say? Imitation's always the greatest form of flattery. There's no other no greater compliment than having someone copy you. All right. That should be pretty much the whole thing. We'll come back to ArchTitus probably. But first, let's go through. We're going to go and look at it, each one, and then strip out some stuff because I think the first thing I kind of want to do is check to see if we're in the Arch ISO. What's the easiest way to check to see if we're in an Arch Linux live environment? Has anybody actually had success with the official Arch install menu? Surely there's somebody, right? Mine actually failed. I still loved ArchFi. You know, ArchFi had the greatest entry. Okay, yeah, D4 said it does. Just check environment, Arch Linux environment. Is that a thing? So if you're in here and you go check, is there like a check env? What was that command? Oh, I like that. So you could do a disk free and then look for Arch ISO, df, and then grep-q Arch ISO. And then if that, I like that better, Jack. I like that a lot, actually. So what this would look like, I think we're good with ArchTitus. We're going to pillage it and go to the Linux utility. Come on over into commands, system setup, Arch server setup. And what we're going to do here is the very first thing. Check if the user is running Arch Linux ISO. Now, actually, let's not do it here. I kind of want to see, what do you think the LLM is going to give us? So this one says, check if running an Arch Linux ISO. What it's doing is it's looking for USR bin packstrap. So if we look over here and we do a listing USR bin, is packstrap in this one? Oh, geez, that's a lot. Let's just grep pack. Packstrap isn't here. So is packstrap only in the Arch Linux ISO? So you know if it's Arch Linux ISO just by the folder packstrap being there. Wow, that's actually pretty good. I like that. All right, cool. LLM didn't screw us this time. Well, let's not speak so quickly, but I do like that. So you'd have it check real fast. Oops, not there. So something like that. Probably like verify. Verifying is booted. Booted. All right, perfect. So we have that. It checks that. And then probably like another echo. Yeah, setting up mirrors for optimal download. Why do you stream on Twitch instead of YouTube? I stream on both. You can go to Titus Tech Talk and get it. I don't stream on my main channel with like all the subs because I don't want too many people in chat. I don't want chat to get like overflowed. Most people that have watched me for a while know I'm already pretty bad at reading chat. And if chat's flowing too fast, we might have problems. So that's why I do co-stream, so you'd have options as a viewer. But I don't stream to my main channel because it's just too many people. And then I couldn't actually respond to chat. It would just be scrolling too fast. DWM's my window manager. Love DWM. Are you still using that split keyboard? Have you seen any progress? Yeah, I've been using the split keyboard, the Digma Defy. I like the keyboard, but, and I am faster, I think, because I was about 60 words per minute. Let's see, monkey type. Let's see. So maybe 10 words per minute pickup. I did have some errors. I could run it and then kind of clear out a lot more and get a bit more accurate. But raw, yeah, maybe 79 words. But it does help. The split keyboards help. I'm not sold 100% on this one. I know I did a video on it. I think this one looks the best. However, is it the best built? I'm going to say no, because I have had a couple of my keys break off, and I think it's a design defect. And I mean, I just super glued them back on. I initially contacted them back and had them send me some new keys, but I have found that thumb area, which this thumb area right here, these keys get a little wobbly in the stands on there, right in between the keys. The two posts, I think, are a little flimsy, and I noticed there's some wobble in the keys. And I've had I've had about 3 keys break now. So I've actually had to super glue a couple of them. And I did replace a few from the factory. I just didn't want to reach out to them again and be like, hey, more keys broke. No, so, you know, probably not the best in that regard if you're paying $300 and having keys break. So I probably wouldn't recommend it. But am I going to keep using it? Absolutely. It looks so cool. So it's an expensive keyboard that breaks, but I love it. Don't sue me, bro. I'm sorry. That is true. I do like it though. It's a fun keyboard, and I do type faster on it. So there is that. All upload money goes to key replacements. You know, you might actually, I think my Twitch might pay for that because it's expensive. 5 keys. Let's go. It's a $370 keyboard. So these are the buttons. I had the enter button and the alt button bound. I've had this one break and this one break and this one break. And on the inside PC, I've also had this one started to get real wobbly. And then I just super glued this guy and then I replaced these two. So if we wanted a key replacement, I'm really selling people on these keys right here. Let's go. Is it keycaps? Defy. And I don't think you can get the thumbs independently. So you probably need to buy another $50 worth. Yeah. That's pretty rough. Anywho. If I think probably, what was it? What's Prime's keyboard? The Kinesis maybe? He swears by that one. He pounds like a mad dog. This thing is what he uses. Good night, is that expensive? Oh no, it's $369. Okay. Yeah, so this probably is what you could use. However, it's so ugly. God, is it hideous. It just looks like something from 1980. I think I'd have to wear one of those Tron helmets and pretend like I was a time traveler to use this keyboard. I'm just saying, it's not good looking. The split version's nicer. Okay, let's see. God, I mean, it better be like a rock. It looks like a brick. Okay, here we go. Ooh, the Signature series. That looks even cleaner. Okay. So for 480, maybe. Bluetooth only? Gross. What's professional about Bluetooth only? Get out of here with that. Advantage 360 wireless snobs is what they need to write that. Not professional. They ain't nothing professional about Bluetooth. All right, so you obviously go with the Signature series split keyboard. Better looking. I could probably sport that. Still ugly, but better. Let's see. Smart USB. Nobody does Bluetooth. I would go with the Quiet Pink for the switches, keycaps. Ooh, Steel Blue. What's Charcoal Black? Nah, that's ugly. Shine Through Black. Nah, I'd probably go with the Steel Blue. So yeah, that's probably one that you could go with if you're like if I really wanted to go full old school there. I just like the way this one looks. Yeah, looks rock solid. I'm sure it is. So, but I do also like the programmability of this one too. So, God bless. Are we going to actually code anything today? Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. It looks like you need write access. Okay, let's install that. Contact. All right. So the other cool thing about the Digma, which I really love, is the programmability of it. So as much as I knock the keys like falling apart in the thumb area, I really do like the layering and the ability to switch, and then the translucent and this software. It working in Linux, Windows, all of that, and you can set up a whole bunch of layers if you want. I really only use the top two. And also, like, I like to do program keys. For Linux, I really like programming Control-Alt F3 and Control-Alt F1 to these bottom keys, which are super obscure to hit, so you're never going to accidentally hit them, and it's just a good key combination, so I can go to TTY3, TTY1. So the Digma Defy, I know I knocked it from the keys falling apart on the thumb side of things, but I do like the programmability of it. And even still, I'm not about to switch anytime soon because, well, I love this functionality. From a sysadmin type of view, I really love this because a lot of times I am doing crazy stuff and I want this ability. So that's another thing. So hindsight's 2020. There's pros and cons to everything. So, yeah. Thought for a second you were buying concert tickets. Yeah. Now we're just looking at keyboards. I mean, you can spend a lot of money. I know, what was it? The Glove 40 was another one a lot of people love. So, but I mean, I would say I have the sexiest keyboard out of any YouTuber. I'm just saying. This keyboard, when I have the top-down shot going on, man, it looks amazing. And that's also something. So the programmable keys and the overall look of it, so cool. So I love it for that. And then the reliability is probably the biggest knock I have. The keys, the thumb keys, have been hit and miss. Wait, Maja V2. What the hell is the Maja V2? Maja V2. Does it look cool? Oh, what? All right, you just trolling me now. Chat's trolling me. Get out of here with that. Really? That looks awful. Are you serious? Or are you trolling? I can't tell. What is going on here? That looks crazy. That is... Okay. I mean, if that's what floats your boat, I'm sorry. He's probably like, man, I used to like Titus till he made fun of me and my keyboard. But I mean, there's something. I mean, it's unique. I've never heard of it, so I can't knock it until I actually try it. So, if Maja people hear this, send a keyboard my way. I'll try it out. But man, it looks weird. Oh man. All right. I like that. So we're verifying it's in the Arch Linux ISO and it's booted. So it's not going to try and run Arch Linux installer unless you're in the Arch Linux ISO. Perfect. So then we're going to do this, pack strap, do that, set up the stream, mirrors with reflector. I wonder. I know we use rate mirrors. What's wrong with reflector? That's what I'm wondering. You know what? There's products for everyone's ergonomic. Yeah. It's just, man. You know, it's really messed up. All right, we're moving on from the keyboards after this. I promise. We're moving on with the keyboards after this. But I gotta show you my favorite keyboard of all time. Yes, you will judge me after this. But I have to go get my favorite keyboard of all time. All right. We're gonna go big head for this one. Big head time. It is. Drum roll. Super duper high expectations. If you're a sysadmin, chances are you already have this keyboard. It is the Dell server keyboard. The Dell OEM keyboard. It feels good. It is like as plain Jane as you could get for one of these. But my God, there's part of me that's just like, I love this keyboard. No frills, always works. No wireless shenanigans. You just get one simple USB 2 that everyone has, and it feels good to type on. It has a good feel to it, and it's relatively quiet. God bless you. All right, let's go. Beauty of that is you never have to worry about breaking the thing either, because guess what? Even if you do manage to break it by taking a hammer to it, I got 20 more sitting in a box somewhere. You just grab another one. So that's the other thing about that keyboard, which I love. It's just everyone has one. Chances are, if you actually have any kind of servers laying around, you probably have like 10 or 20. And you're just like, well, all right, yeah. I don't feel like cleaning this one today. Let's just throw that away. Let's grab another one out of the plastic, slap it down, plug it in. Got a Model M laying around. No, those are actually pretty rare. So, all right. Thought I'd mention it. Oh, Yeah, I hate noisy keyboards. That's another weird thing about me. So I know people are like already looking at my fancy light up keyboard with the macros and stuff, but I hate, I just hate noisy keyboards. So a lot of mechanical keyboards, like even the IBM with the spring mechanic, it feels good, but the noise of it drives me up a wall. I hate the noise. I want it to be as silent as possible, not just for recording purposes, but just for sanity, because I've had noisy keyboards in the past and it just annoys me. And honestly, for what I do, it would also annoy many people when they get in a chat. It's like clack, 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 clack. Whenever I jump into a stream or a YouTube video, I'm like, really? You don't have like a quiet keyboard? You don't have a $10 Dell server keyboard laying around you could use? Because that is annoying. So, yeah. Just saying. All right. We're setting up Better FS, have some integration. We will see as far as what else questions we're asking. All right, we got that. We got the Better FS, ext4 set up. I still love ext4 so much. I don't know what it is, but I love it. Luke's, honestly, as much as I hate it, I really, like, if you got a laptop set up, you got to pretty much use Luke's. Because then if someone steals your laptop, they could just read all your data just by mounting your drive. So you don't want that. So I think on any kind of mobile device, Luke's is mandatory. And I think that covers the bases. I mean, Better FS, ext4, Luke's, that's all you really need. Oh, thank you. I am taking up the whole screen. That would have gotten weird. I love how everyone let me do that for like a solid 5 minutes. What garment are you wearing? Runkeeper, what is it? 965? I love it. It's so good. Can't even see the live chat on the stream. Big head Titus. Actually, that's what the actual letters are on the old Stream Deck over here is Big Head Titus. Oh, love it. I still can't trust Windows BitLocker, nor should you. All right. So we have that. Then we have a reboot. Oh, that's if it's not mounting. Okay. Then we're pack strapping, adding all our default stuff in here. Vim, nano, sudo, arch keyring. Okay. Key server, ubuntu.com. I don't even know if this is required anymore for the GPG conf. Let's take a look at our GPG conf. Like on this system, I already have. Ooh, let's go. What was that? etc pacman-d. Okay, yeah. All right. And then let's vim into gpg.conf. Yeah, so we don't actually have key server for Ubuntu server on this guy. Do we want that? I don't know. I think at this point, we do everything in Linux utility. Everything. Like we're basically taking ArchTitus and putting it into the Linux utility. However, it's not going to be a one-to-one because ArchTitus in its current state's rough. And I really want a server install. So ArchTitus now is going to be a server install. And then you just run the LinUtil again and say, you know what? I want Titus's version of DWM, or I want Titus's version of KDE. Maybe we add that, or Hyperland. I think those three options are pretty much what I usually roll. And the beauty of that is we could make each one of those three options for Debian as well. Maybe even toss in Fedora if we're getting bored. And having server installs of all these things, I think is a cool idea. I love the serverized idea because really, I think there's a lot of times where people just put way too much bloat into their system. And what this does is it basically has just a no-nonsense approach. Yeah, ASCII logo. I mean, it pretty much is. So it's not, when I say server only, like everyone runs Linux server. It's just they put a bunch of crap on top of it. That's the truth. Everything's Linux. Everything's Linux server. It's just what kind of crap do you toss on top? And that's what everyone needs to get in their brain is You have a good solid base. Linux is great. It's an amazing server. That's why the whole world pretty much runs on Linux server. Linux desktop, it can be a very hit and miss experience. I'd put it probably the worst out of all the operating systems out of the box user experiences compared to Mac or Windows. Now, having said that, that's where distributions come in. The GUIs of Linux is where you go wrong. That's where people screw up. That's where Linux becomes unstable, depending on the user. Obviously, well, I love my Linux. It works great. It's super stable. But it's the user that always makes Linux desktop unstable. And usually they do it by just tacking everything and just throwing everything in the kitchen sink at it and just saying, I'm just going to install all the packages. And what I want people to do, really, and the whole purpose of this is basically just to go, hey, I want Arch, or I want Debian, or I want Fedora. You just install the base, and then you just pick what you want. And then you only have that on your system, and then you can configure it however you want. And I think that's the best. But that's the thing, that's the big thing I want to tell people is if you want 100% reliable Linux, like, oh my God, this is the most reliable operating system in existence. Like my Linux, I consider this pretty darn reliable, even it being Arch Linux on DWM, right? The thing is, all I really use on is basically Linux server with just an extra binary to launch my DWM. I don't really have much of anything else. I can pretty much purge anything up here and I'd still be okay. So as close as you can get to a stock server experience, the more stable you're going to get. So I think that's my idea. That's my opinion. That's just my opinion, man. Don't hate me. All right. Maybe actually get something done. So we got that. You got Arch Linux. Get that loaded. We're good. Generate the fstab. Immutable BetterFS snapshots is as safe as it gets. Yeah, that's true too. I guess I could contradict myself there. Out of all the installs, SteamOS is definitely up there. SteamOS is probably one of the only installs where it's been, man, talk about the quality control. I have yet to run into a bad Steam update. What is my package count? It's a good question. My package count is... I don't have it in my fast fetch. Oh man, we need to add package count. All right, 1 second. We gotta have package count in here. Let's go right here. Software, we got shell, add package count. Okay, value not accepted. You got BIOS, boot manager, date, time, editor, shell, terminal font. Let's go fast fetch. Let's double check that. Make sure it didn't hallucinate. Package count, fast fetch. Getting to it, man. It's just going to be an 8-hour stream tonight. Sorry. For the people watching over on YouTube on the replay, I also apologize to you. Today, I'm just feeling good and just kind of going where the wind takes me. But it should be entertaining nonetheless. Where is our config? Package. Fast fetch configs. Here we go. Okay, so we got the JSON schema. Let's go examples. I bet you we'll have a good example here. Let's just go with the top example. Got custom, icon, kernel packages. So packages is the type. All right, I got it. So this should be packages. Format 2 packages. Okay. And then the key. Yeah, perfect. Save that out. Close. There we go. All right, cool. Had to get that in there. Fast fetch, absolutely have to expand that. So every time I launch it, you'll know, hey, okay, Titus has been on Arch for 117 days. He is a greedy goblin with his 1589 packages, but we're getting there. Ashlyn, thanks for the resub. Good day. We're doing good. We're doing good today, Ashlyn. I tell you, feeling good. All right. So here's our server setup. I kind of like reviewing more in the Vim. So moving on, then we do our grub install. Bam, packstrap. Ooh, oh, that's when, yeah, that's fine. All right, checking for systems with low memory. That's with the swap file fix. I remember that. And then sourcing the setup. I don't think, are we writing that out? Let's look for that, actually. I don't think we really need to do the setup conf. Let's go setup.conf. And if not source, it's trying to save out the username and password. I don't think we need to do this since we're combining the whole script. These variables should stick for the entirety of it. I don't actually see an issue or even needing to source it. So let's delete that. Delete. Go next. Delete. And source config setup.conf. Delete. Encrypt partition. UUID output to setup. I don't think we really need to do that. Although, nah, it's fine. Where is this? Let's yank it. Okay, this is setting the crypt device down here on the boot theme. And right there. Okay, cool. Knock those out. And then setup.conf. Delete. Next. If no source, then... Okay, cool. Let's delete that. We got a loop. A little bit out of jank there. Bring that back. Then we're checking this. Echo username or convert. All of that. Nah. Cut. Cutting with a knife here. Just gonna cut out that. Delete that guy. Then we got another loop. Out of place. Delete that finish. Get rid of that. What are the odds of me screwing something up here, you think, chat? All right. Config dot. What was the next one? Oh, setup.conf. All right, no setup anymore. Nice. All right, cool. I just wanted to make sure we're not saving like username and password on plain text. I kind of view that as a security flaw, so we're going to just set it up as a temporary variable that'll get used during the script run, and then after the script gets, ends, it will automatically purge those variables. Great work on the CTT stool. Nice to get rid of the bloatware. All right, good to hear, Wild. Got another big update too. Should be fun. Oh man, the BattleNet Lutris stutters under heavy programming using NVIDIA proprietary drivers. So I just did this the other day on my laptop. I thought it was so cool. On Lutris, did you know? So you have this blizzard right here, but there's also a new setting I found the other day that I thought was super cool. And I wanted to show that. Let's go here, and there should be a blizzard. Oh, maybe not. Well, damn it. Make a liar of me. Maybe it's Debian only. I was on a Debian system. Well, there was a Blizzard app store that kind of you could put in here, which was great. And I gotta say, maybe it's somewhere else. It's weird that it's not on Arch, but it was on Debian. So maybe they got rid of it? No, surely not. Why do I have Origin on there? That's silly. EA app, gross. Ubuntu can, even worse. FlatHub, sure, local. Steam, yep, that's fine. Actually, I'm not gonna launch Steam from here. That's dumb. Epic Games, Humble Bundle, I think went out of business, so. Yeah, there was a Blizzard on here, but apparently, wait, I got an idea. I got an idea. Uno momento, I gotta do a sign in. There we go. And then, all right. Now let's see what we got. Maybe. Okay, we're not missing any. Okay, not missing any data. Not missing that. That was last checked. Then we're doing stable version, and it just. All right, never mind. I am a liar. I thought I was about to show you something cool. Got you all excited, and alas, no more. Do you use Samba ADDC? Yeah. Not for my Linux boxes or anything. In business, a lot of times you do. Typically, I prefer to use NFS and like a closed network. is the best for like transferring stuff. Obviously not from a permission standpoint, especially if you need like granular permissions. All right. Finish with my beer. Move on to my protein shake. It's a wild one here. Let's go. So we finished with that. We have our setup. We're going through. This is just the first part. This is the partitioning. Then we have the setup. I don't think we actually need to add the Ubuntu key server. Adding it is actually, I don't see any issue with that though. I think it's just a good fail safe in case the Arch Linux keyring like breaks, which it used to all the time. That's why I added that fail safe. Generates the fstab. Grub, memory fix, network setup. We're using network manager and enabling that. Setting up mirrors for optimal download. Perfect. And using just reflector. Setting up the cores. So whenever you go to do building anything from source, it'll actually use all the cores in your system instead of just using 2. Setting the locale and sudo parallel downloads and multilib. Perfect. Installing base system. This is where we're going to change. So this right here all needs to change out. And as far as microcode goes, do we need to install the Ucode or the microcode anymore? I think this has got fixed. How do you keep Arch stable? Use LTS. It's better. It's not 100% stable, but it's still better. If you needed true stability, I would probably go Debian. Although it's been good. We're 4 months in. Still cooking. I guess we could do updates too. While we're waiting. LinUtil. Let's just do a full system update. I'm gonna use LinUtil for everything. Anything I do on my system, I just want LinUtil to do it all. I'm just gonna build the entire thing out. So no matter what we do, LinUtil will just be done. If there's something I'm doing to fix any issue on my system, I'm just gonna build it in a Linux toolbox. I think that's the way to go. When you upload the VOD to YouTube, would it be possible to start adding the date of the stream to the title? Yeah, we can do that. If that's what you guys want. I think that would be okay. I usually leave the date. If you look at the streams on both operating systems, you can see the date up here. So this is 8/22. So if you're watching this afterwards, you'll know that's the date it was. Oh, that'd be cool. I like that idea, Parv. Well, actually, we were creating a desktop run of it. So we could go LinUtil and it would just launch. So even quicker. Check this out. All right, Linux and dates in the title would be awesome. You guys got it. You asked for dates in the title. Dates in the title it shall be. Although it does reduce the amount of views I get. So, downside. I think that's the only downside I get. I could put it in the description, though, too. Just say, stream date was this. Oh, you read it 8th day of the 22 month. 2020. Yeah, I can see that, too. I have Lutris's Flatpak and BattleNet is there. Okay, Tommy, I'm not hallucinating. You can actually add BattleNet as a source, and then you can launch directly. And the cool thing is it launches BattleNet and then switches to the tab of that game. So I've been playing a lot of D2, Diablo 2 Resurrected, and I love that feature in Linux. So it makes me use it in Linux more than my Windows boxes because of that feature. I think that's really neat. Oh, you're tired of getting outdated packages, emo, for Debian. And that's the downside to Debian. You get more stability, but you get older software. So if you want like the new hotness, really Arch is where it's at. Love it. All right. Base system. How do I want to approach this? Let's come down to where this is here. And what we're going to do is go into our GitHub. ArchTitus, package files, server, unable to fire interesting. I did have this working just fine. I wonder why NeoVim's not. So if I launch NeoVim here, yeah, that works. But when I launch NeoVim here, it doesn't work. You know, we got a fix here. Do you use Helix? No. Does it open with Helix? No. I think it did. What if we used Neovide? Do y'all know about Neovide? Neovide's pretty cool. Yeah, let's bring a no-nonsense NeoVim client built in Rust. No app image, straight binary, like the good Lord intended. We're gonna neovide this up. What is neovide, you ask? Only pure awesome. You know how we're having problems launching that terminal app? Well, not anymore. We have all new problems to look at. Shoot. Okay. So neovide's like a fancy Vim client built in Rust. It's Rust Vim. It's what true Chads use. Is there nothing in this file? Shoot, that's funny. It was a little underwhelming. But funny. Let's open up Pacman packages. Font can't be updated to font options. Oh, I think I have something set there for an issue. Anyhow, this is neovide. I kind of like it because, like, let's say you go like a page down, you get like some smooth scrolling action, and the cursor jumps. Check this out. It's really easy to follow your cursor. So if you want like a little bit more fancy with some like cool animations, neovide is pretty awesome. I love it. Let's clear up some of these Pacman. What was I installing with this, I wonder? Got Mesa, Xterm, all this extras. Yeesh. Oh, AutoConf. There's some bad choices here. C Matrix is absolutely needed. Yeah, pretty cool though. And it still uses your NeoVim config, which is even better. So what neovide is when NeoVim screws up, or like there's an issue with my default terminator. Even though I set the default MIME type to Alacrity, for some odd reason, when I'm trying to open up NeoVim, it doesn't see that Alacrity is my default terminator, and it's just like, I don't know what your default is, and then just errors out, right? Neovide is an actual graphic client for NeoVim. So instead of trying to launch Alacrity, it's like, hey, I'm Neovide. I'm just going to pull in all the NeoVim hotness directly into this, wrap it up into a nice GUI client, and add a little flair to it. So you use your NeoVim essentially like a GUI, but it looks like a terminal, acts like a terminal, except for some cool little animations and other little tidbits in there. So funny. A fun deal. Yeah, Kickstart works with it. This is the Kickstart in Vim. I think I was just currently, oh geez, let's see. What was it? NeoVim? I think my NeoVim project, and then was it Titus Kickstart? Maybe. Was it font config? No. If we look at all the files, what was our font config? Where would that be? I need to learn. I need to get better at my NeoVim. I'm such a noob. Key maps debug. I feel like the font config would probably be somewhere like in here. Like an auto format. Do we have a font? No. Okay. Let's go to like init font. So you have GUI font. Font. I think these functions could be problematic maybe for neovide, but I'm not sure. I feel like there's something else. Let's font can't be updated to font options normal Fira code retina. Oh, okay. The following fonts could be loaded. You know what this is? This is such a simple fix. I don't have that font. I'm trying to load a font that I don't have loaded. But the weird thing is if I go in Vim here, it doesn't kick the same error. Huh. It's kind of cool. Oh, you couldn't install Thorium? Really? Can we install Thorium? I guess we should try, huh? Let's see. We got Thorium browser bin. It's currently installed for us. So let's just reinstall. I don't care. I want to see if it errors out. Somebody in chat said they're having problems with Thorium. Looks like it's downloading 126. Browser. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Failed to grab that browser in here. So if we go to Thorium browser and GitHub, did the furries delete it? Hope not. Love my furry browser. Okay. Let's AVX2. I was probably like, damn it. Why'd Titus ever have to talk about my browser? Oh, sorry, bro. We have it right here for 126. What was it needing? 126, 478, 246, 478, 231. Oh, so apparently packages failed to build there, but that is the problem. Can we edit the AUR? All right, let's try to do that one more time. Yes. Oh, can it? It's okay. To the AUR we go. I bet we can fix this right now. Chris is a furry, confirmed. Just don't tell my wife. All right, 231's here. So if we go to view package build, just your kids. Oh, that's funny. All right. So package version's right here, but it was airing out on the grab. Let's see. Did they hard code it in here maybe? No, I don't see it. Is it possible for LinUtil to pass a username variable for MicroWin using regex or something before ISO creation? Hector, we actually already have the PRN. I think if you run the WinDev branch, it'll actually show you. I want to say. Pretty sure. Let me check real fast. I usually just do ArchTitus WinDev. Oh no, it's on the latest release. I just released this, I think it was yesterday. Let's see. Oh no, that's 6 days ago. So that's probably not going to be it. 416. Can you show? As far as the thorium thing, I don't know what happened with that. It looks like AR is broken right now with thorium. Let's see. Where is that? Did that include it? Yeah, local user auto login. Oh, that's the official release. Okay, yeah. No, that was last week. And then we just did a PR. I want to say I merged it in. Yeah. Yeah, no, it got merged. I just haven't made a release yet. Let's make a release. You sure you don't want to struggle using Emacs? I think eventually I will. I really am intrigued by org mode. Very true. And I suck as a Vim user, so Emacs would give me an excuse to jump to something new. No, Windows is the devil. Stop it. I just want to test this one thing. I do like that, though. All right. I think we're doing all that for Neovide too. Let's go nerd fonts. Why we're waiting on something. Wanted to see Fire code. So we had Fire Mana, Fire code, nerd font. Does that include? So it does include Retina. I don't know why I keep calling it Retina. That's just funny. Okay. Let's put this in Fire code. Yeah. All right. I know. I did fail English class. All I do is give confidence to others and be like, hey, if this guy can do it, I surely can. That's my whole purpose. That's why I do what I do. All right, so then we come over here. I think we got share and then fonts. Do that into here. Add to trash. Yeah, I bet you. Oh, wait. Why am I in Windows? Oh, that's right. I was doing a pre-release. So I'm fixing two problems here. Someone in chat was wondering about entering a username while building the ISO. We pretty much had that working. Oh, shoot. There was a bug. That's why I didn't publish the pre-release. Shoot. 1 second. I think Coding Wonders had it. I was coding my own pre-release here. But this was okay. Quick little approval, submission, and then we'll just push out a new pre-release that'll overwrite the old pre-release with the fix of that bug. So we're going to fix that path. Come into here, launch a new release, pre-release, run that again, and that should trigger. Should have probably waited for that action to do after the build, but it's fine. I'm sure it's okay. As long as the compile and check happened before that. The unit tests, I'm sure will pass. Paru has been getting more support. I don't know about that. Yay and Paru, about the same. I think Paru is a little more popular now. Next LinUtil stream, probably next Tuesday. I like it on Tuesday. Feels right. because we got some stuff to go over for sure. Yeah, I still like yay for it being 3 letters long. Slow as balls to install, though. That's the downside. All right, build run space done. Bam. That should be good. Our pre-release for today. It's weird it didn't pull any release notes. Make a download link, push docs, custom, user custom settings. There we go. Perfect. Yeah. Update that. We're going to keep this as a pre-release. Beautiful. All right. Now let's launch it. And we should have, what, 822? Just want to show this one thing. PowerShell. Come on now. That's okay. Try again. Okay, now we have our new pre-release. This should be 22. Beautiful. And that's fine. Let's just select the ISO. And I'm just going to load this up. And then you should see the new hotness. Coding Wonders was the one to do this one. I think I have a couple bug fixes before this goes stable release. For the stable release, I was having some issues during the build process, which we did on Tuesday, where it was doubling up install.wim and it wasn't getting the customizations quite right. So I think there's still some, but I think it's hard to replicate. I think this system inside was the only one doing it. So chances are you won't run into that problem. But if you do run into like a 12 gig ISO, just know that's junk. It just grabbed, and then during the copy process after the modifications to install WIM, it just kind of had a brain fart and decided to copy it. So you double up basically the ISO size, and it doesn't really install anything extra. No, or it doesn't actually do the modifications that are needed. It should have fixed that drift, but I'm not 100%. And honestly, I really liked some of my modifications from Tuesday, which I might try to pull in. Both of the ones I just merged from Coding Wonders were really simple fixes and were just reversions. So the code was really easy to review. That's why I did it real fast. But the thing I wanted to show, I don't know if he's still in chat, but yeah, custom user settings are now there. So you could just put your username. If you want to put a password, sure. If you don't, it'll just auto log in if you don't put a password. So then you can actually choose something other than user for your username. So that's coming, but we'll work on that a little more on Tuesday. Maybe do another stable release next week. Anywho, and then the thorium thing, I'm sure that'll get fixed. That looks like just a slight tweak that needs to happen there, because the bin exists for that. I feel like there's just I think that you only build AVX, and that one's referencing SSE, I think it was. So we got this. The next thing we needed to do was an FC cache VF. So we're just doing a reload of our cache because I want to say Retina, fire a code. Retina was not there beforehand. So if we do FC list, grep Retina, I should probably not keep calling it Retina, otherwise that's gonna stick in my brain. Now we have the font. So when we launch Neovite, I bet that error is gone. Ah, shoot. Well, I was wrong. No. I wonder, what if? Let's grab one. I'm just gonna do a quick fix here. Just ever so quick. Where are you? Oh. I feel like it's just grabbing the wrong font. You know what? I didn't want to use that font anyways. I just ran into a little bug. We're gonna just grab probably Meslo LGS. Yeah, I feel like Meslo LGS NF. We're gonna NF this sucker. Was there anything else I wanted to grab while I'm here? Nah, I think that's good. Okay, let's try that. I'm kind of curious. I think it's just trying to call on the unique name of it, and that's just causing issues. And if we look at this, let's close that. Okay, that's fine. And then Neovite. All right, cool. I had to fix that. It was bugging me. All right, that's fine. All right, so we have all that. That's good. Now back to the Arch script. God bless. I'm sorry for people watching this on the re-go. scattered all over the place today, but I don't know, I just feel like chastening every little thing down and then coming back to the main. All right, so we got our microcode install. This is what I was working on. So as far as that, if not desktop environment equals server, then this, yeah, I don't know why. There's no else to this statement. ZNH, thank you for the 10 subs, man. So awesome. I got on much too late. The damage has been done. that you have. All right, we're just going to delete all of that. I don't think it's needed. Is microcode really needed anymore during Arch, though? Is microcode needed for Arch Linux installs? I mean, it used to always be. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. It says yes, leave it. I'm like, fine. Swap page code, add a check for BetterFS before doing chatter plus C. Really? Right here? Apply incal, BetterFS needs that. Ah, I gotcha. What do we think about that? Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much VS Code. Cursor is just like sweet LLM conversion right on top, so I can switch between a whole bunch of different language models seamlessly. Ah, okay, so if you were using Luke's, it would have bombed out. I appreciate the spot there, Alex. Definitely needed. Okay, so then we got that. Moving back through. And then microcode. Now we're to the graphics drivers. I want to say we need to look at this. I want to go LTS. And then for the pack strap, now that I'm thinking about it, I think we're going to just do LTS installs by default. I don't see a purpose of running mainline. I kind of want to just go LTS for both that and the firmware. I just feel like that is just better. After dealing with this, I'm like getting burned on that one update. I just want to go all LTS. So we're going to do that coming back down. So we got NVIDIA LTS for Radeon. It's going to throw in XF86 video AMD GPU. It's fine, I guess. Integrated, I guess that's fine. All right, loop through user input until the user gives a valid username. Okay. Do while use. Someone's grabbing. Hey, they put it from Stack Overflow. I think this was before old Jippity came out. That's funny. And killed Stack Overflow. Now you did Linux-clear. All right, Chris. That's neat. Controversial XF86 for modern AMD cards. Fair. What cards don't support XF86 drivers? We could probably do like a if-else statement or something for that. Chris, what do you think about the Z code editor? It's written in Rust and looks amazing. All the Copilot stuff too. It does. I know they just launched their Linux version of it, and last time I tried it, I had to compile it in Linux, and it worked like a turd. But that was like the alpha version. So I need to revisit now that they have a stable Linux version, which I've heard isn't as good as the Mac version, but it's getting there. So I do need to revisit. All right, so then we got password. Please name your machine, name of machine. Home name doesn't seem correct. All right, cool. That's fine. I'm just making sure they don't name it something crazy. And then setting these passwords, that's also okay. Yeah, NeoVims, I think, can be used by those that really, really understand what they're doing to an amazing degree and have such fluidity with coding that they know, hey, I want to code these functions to do these things to jump around. For an intermediate or beginner user, I think obviously Z or Cursor is much more comfortable. But I think it's very easy to move into a Vim too. And I don't think, I think what's lost on a lot of people using code editors too is they think I have to use this one editor. There's times where I use Vim, there's times when I use Cursor, and it just depends on what I'm doing. Eventually, I would think I will migrate most of my stuff to Vim or NeoVim. However, that hasn't happened yet, but I haven't given up on it, and I still launch it on a daily basis. So I imagine it'll eventually happen, but maybe I'm just a unique have a unique workflow where I like to be distracted a little bit by my editor, so I flip-flop back and forth, much like I do Linux and Windows. I like actually having both because there's certain tasks I'm like, well, this will be easy over there. Well, no, that task will be easier over here. But if I could choose only one, man, I don't know. See, this just seems cleaner to me. So probably NeoVim. Maybe not. Maybe Cursor. If I could only choose one, it depends on the day. I think some days I'd be like, I don't think I could choose only one. It'd be like trying to choose your own favorite child. It's just not possible. All right, adding user, new name. All right, great. And then we do the mkinit cpio. Make with Linux kernel. That was a question. Let's reject that. Kind of want a little bit more. I want to say that's... Oh, shoot, let's just check. Stop being lazy, Chris. You lazy bum. Just look. Yeah, it's Linux LTS. Sometimes LLMs do make you lazy. That's for sure. But you got to double check because you just never know. All right. I was on a ZSH kick last time I was doing this. Look at this. Oh, that's cute. All right. Well, yeah, that's all wrong. Yeah, that's also all wrong too. AUR helper if not equals none, then don't like this either. It lets you get away with being lazy. That's true, Peter. That is a very true statement. Laziness, I guess. Yeah. Some may call it efficiency. I can't help it. I can't help it. There's a part of me that always likes to go against the grain. I don't know what it is. I'm just mentally damaged, I think is probably the best way to put it. Isn't that bad? It depends, SM. It can be. Most scripts need to be done with a $home, but it depends on how it's coded and how it's ingested, because sometimes $home doesn't actually get assigned the home variable, so context is everything. Chris, would using the Kubuntu Focus ISO good for Lenovo AMD laptop with NVIDIA GPU? No, probably not. K-Focus's ISOs are typically all done on Intel CPUs. So I've had the 10th gen, and now the most recent is a 13th gen, and both have been Intel. So K-Focuses should be done only on Intel hardware, and then also only NVIDIA eGPUs or GPUs. So if you do want to use it, that's what I would do. What would you recommend for that? For that ISO, use an AMD laptop with an NVIDIA GPU. Probably Pop! OS, actually. Pop! OS makes a really good out-of-box NVIDIA spin. Or if you're, well, it depends. If you're gaming, probably Nubara or Bazite. I probably would lean towards Nubara just in case you have some kind of firmware problems. And that would be really easy to troubleshoot and fix with Nubara compared to Bazite. But if Bazite works out of the box, that would also probably be your best bet too, as it wouldn't probably break on you. Ooh, a lot of nuance there. But hopefully that steers you in the right direction. Okay, so AUR helper, no. 9. All right, that's no good. Theming if D is choosing, no, terrible. Export path. Why you want to get rid of that? I like that. Anyhow. All right, now we have the whole reason why I'm getting rid of like AUR, ZSH configuration in here, all that stuff. One, it's kind of old. Two, we've already done this in other spots in the Linux toolbox. So then the user itself, after it gets on the desktop, can just be like, oh, yeah, I want this. Bam, and go. Final setup and configurations. All right, fine. Setup grub, checking for EFI. Create theming and grub menu. Why does that look wrong? Why is my colors off? What happened here? Something's amiss. I'm going to clean up a little bit of this. This seems a bit redundant. Okay. It's fine now. Something I must have missed a quote or something, but I was like, it's fine. I'll just get rid of that. LFS is probably the best pregame. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I think you can achieve gaming on almost any distro, but man, it's just how much work do you want to put in? Could you please review Defender UI Pro, Titus? What the hell is that? What kind of spyware are you telling me to look at? This sounds like a freaking Defender UI Pro. Let's see. What is this? Download free. Oh God, no. Where's their GitHub? Brought to you by the developers of Voodoo Shield Cyberlock. It's 100% clean and free. Trust me, bro. All right, come on. There's got to be a GitHub here, right? Stock photo. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. They got a whole bunch of YouTube videos. Hey, it's from my hometown though. Leawood, Kansas. Shout out. I'm a Kansas boy. Well, I was until I moved to Texas from like the last 20 years. I think I wanted to stop making YouTube videos after I just look at some of this. I'm just like, that's cringe. I made plenty of cringe videos myself, though. I don't see any bit of source here. I would never run this on my system. No, don't do that. That's silly. Dave Plummer, is that you in the audience? I see you. All right, I think you're trying to get me with the fishing. You're close, very close with the fishing attempt, but not falling for it. Not here. The king of shovelware. You're not getting me. You're not. I joke. All right. He's changed. He doesn't do that anymore. All right. Let's move on from that. It should be known, if you do get into my chat and you are like a software developer and you're like, hey, I'm going to get Titus to do a free promotion here. You gotta know a few things about me. Otherwise, it can definitely go the other way. Just saying. It could be great, but it could also turn completely disastrous. And I do that on purpose, just so people don't keep emailing me. My damn inbox keeps filling up. I'm like, God, I should just call brand risk and just stamp it on my forehead. You just never know. It could be you catch me on a bad day. I'm like, no, that software looks terrible. Hey, Titus, can you review my program called Razor Synapse? Hey, I've got an add-on for the Razor Synapse program. If you guys are interested, check it out. It's called Block Razor GitHub. It blocks all Razor software installs. So did you know Razor Synapse, the base project, launches 15 running processes alongside with it? So let's say you want to use your crappy lit up green Razer keyboard with the little serpent thing like this guy right here. Yeah. Let's say you make some bad decisions. You have a few drinks and you're ordering on Amazon. You're like, oh yeah, everybody has those cool Razer Death Adders. I want one of those fancy things. And then you get it home, you plug it in, and you're like, let's do this. And then all of a sudden, you're presented with the Razer Synapse install. And you're like, what the hell? I didn't even go to their website. It's already installing crap on my system? No more. You just click this button, you run this script, and it then blocks all Razer's Razer software installs. The downside is you can't really control the LEDs then and make it look and flash cool colors, but your system's going to run a hell of a lot faster because you're not running 15 needless running processes. Or if you're really high on the copium and you've installed all the extra crap, because if you get snaps and then their extra LED thing and then their register, don't they have like a system cleanup tool as well? That's like, it ends up being like 50 processors or something, just completely stupid, worth of malware / spyware / just terrible. Razer, you suck. your hardware's actually not that bad, though. I honestly, the mouse, not terrible from a hardware perspective, but man, that software on Windows, it is the most hilarious example of just, you remember when they installed crypto miners on people's systems? That was pretty funny. I thought it was a joke, but then sure enough, they actually had a crypto mine, you know, Razer software install. And I don't know if they paid people or not from that. Did they get sued for that? I can't remember. Anyways, I digress. You don't want to be using Razer softwares. Run this. Bam, you're good to go. And yes, I did buy this stupid Razer mouse. It does feel rather comfortable, though, so it's not that bad. Once it breaks, I'll get something different. But I'm not going to throw out a perfectly good mouse just because the company running behind it's just a bunch of corporate greedy D-bags that frickin' install a bunch of bloatware on my system. I'm just going to design something to not have any of that junk get installed on my system. So that's what I did. Yeah, you know, it's fine. But I'm not going to throw away perfectly good hardware. I got to wait for it to break first. I just, you know, that's just me. I'm kind of cheap in that direction, too. I wouldn't say cheap. Thrifty. I'm a thrifty guy. All right. So we've got that. We're setting up our boot menu here. Then enabling the theming. What do we choose? SDDM here, huh? All right. I like it. Or if that was... Or we do light DM. I'm making a decision whether or not SDDM or light DM by default. I think light DM doesn't support Wayland, though. Light DM, Wayland support. I think it's only SDDM. GDM, GreetD, and SDDM. Yeah. So I'm just going to do SDDM for this just because I do want to add like Hyperland Titus to this eventually and get that going. So yeah, I think that's really the way to go here. So let's just close that, kill this section. Yeah, that's fine. Let's push that back. Install type. Let's kill that. Echo theme to there. Echo Nordic to there. I feel like that should be in cap quotes, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. I was like, that looks off. All right, now it looks better. Now, what else do we have here? Theme name, theme directory. That's fine. Just making sure we're not reusing variables from like a setup file. I'm removing all the setup file stuff from here. So we just have a really nice clean setup. What mouse would you recommend? Here's the thing. You really shouldn't listen to me when it comes to hardware recommendations. I literally will just use anything. I do not care. I can use anything. If it feels decent, I mean, you're talking to the guy that just recommended a $10 Dell server keyboard because I felt like it feels good and it works. And I'm using a Razer mouse over here, even though I know the software is complete bloatware. I'm just not a hardware guy. I'm just like, just give me some cool software to play with. That's all I care about. You can throw me a trackball my way. You could say, hey, use this. I'd be like, sure. It's not my favorite, but I'll use it. And I literally will use anything. I would use a $1 old mouse. Maybe not a non-laser mouse or optical mouse. Laser mouse. I wouldn't use a non-optical mouse because I remember that back in my day, we had to undo the bottom of the mouse. I'd take it and do that and then have to blow out all the dust that would the ball would pick up. Those mouse sucked. So I wouldn't use that mouse. Those PS2 mouses from yesteryear were awful. But any optical mouse will work for me. I don't really care. Or really small micro mouses, also terrible. Oh gosh. The ones that like cramp your hands and you're like, can't people with like tiny hands use? Not fun either. Ugh. Both of those mouses I won't use. But pretty much anything else that's $1, I'll use it. I don't care. But, you know, it's just more about feel. You know, there's plenty of cheap mice out there, and there's plenty that are pretty decent. I would usually stick with the name brand, and if I had to like, hey Titus, what are you gonna recommend? You know, the base Logitechs aren't bad. And if I had to pick one for me, let's say you said, Titus, you're now a millionaire. What would you choose? I probably would go buy a Logitech. I always wanted to buy one of these. Just could never justify it. It was called a Logitech MX Master. Was it 3S? I don't even know what the hell it is now. Yeah, this is probably what I always wanted to try and mess with. I just can't justify spending $100 on a mouse. One day I'm going to crack and I'm going to buy this mouse. It's probably going to suck by that time, though, so I don't know. Probably. Anyways, just my thoughts. Logitech is also crap these days. My Logitech Hero wormed out. Oh no, what would you recommend, Peter? Give me a exact. I do like the Solar app. That is kind of nice, especially for the Unify Logitech ones. It's just kind of nice. All right, that's good. Cup service. Ain't nobody using cups. We ain't doing printers. All right, NTP, DHCP disabled. That's fine. Network manager, great. Bluetooth, gonna get rid of that line. What is the Avi? God, I can't remember. What is that, Damon? Why did I put that in here? Let's go. Man, the 510. What is it? The Logitech 510? Was that the one I liked? So here's at work. What do I use? Yeah, that's my work mouse. That's my work mouse right there. Oh, you beautiful beast. What more do you need? I mean, this is what I use at work. And I like it. It's not bad. For 25 bucks, it's a solid mouse. So yes, I use this one at work. And it's never failed me, and I've been using it for like 10 years. And I haven't really changed the design in forever. And I appreciate it. I appreciate that. When you got something that works super basic and it just does its job, that's the M510. I've liked it. All right, what is this? The Avi Demon is short protocol, also known as rendezvous or bonjour. Its goal is to let devices connect to the local network, broadcast their IP together, hence their function. So a printer can time timeouts from time to time, broadcasts, and print any JavaScript job, blah, blah, blah. I don't think we need this. Mostly for printers, I'd say. Yeah, that seems excessive. Goodbye. And so that's FS. How's FS getting declared? Kind of want to see that. Is this even getting declared? Oh no. Double quote to include globbing. That's fine. There's not globbing. There's not going to have any spaces. Yeah, I'm looking at this and I think I'm missing a few different ones. So you got mount options. I don't think that's an issue. Partitions aren't going to have spaces. Mount options won't either. Now, this isn't getting to set anywhere that I see. Create subvolumes. Mount all subvolumes. Okay. Part probe. I'm looking in the script where I'm calling the file system. Do not see it in here, actually. Okay. So let's go over to ArchTitus. Let's come into scripts, Vim 0 pre-install. Yeah, that's not set. So there's a refactors is that. And then it's calling it right here. That doesn't... Something's amiss here. I want to say on the setup, I'm missing a setup script. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. Startup. I bet you startup. Yeah. Okie dokie. Here we go. Docker check, Pacman check. Yeah. I was like, nah, we're missing a whole section of this script. Here's where FS is getting declared. Okay. Yeah, I was like, we're missing an entire variable here. That's not gonna work. And I was like, wait, why are we starting here? This is all good questions to have. So what we're gonna do is pull in this startup script and we're gonna go all the way home. Config file, we're not gonna touch a config file. We're gonna do everything with live variables. Let's just go V, G all the way down, all the way to the end, yank it. Come on over here, paste it, And now let's clean this up as we don't need all of this. So for the setup, we're going to start right here. So these are setting the options. We're not going to even use that one. All right, cool. Set password, root check, Docker check, Arch check, Pacman check. Yep. Oh, thanks, buddy. Background check. So we go root, Arch, Pacman, Docker. All right, that's fine. And then for selecting options, this is when things are getting called. Blinker option, printf. It's fine. We got our key inputs. You can use arrow keys and then also HJKALM, the standard Vim bindings. All right, fine. And then move down. All right. So determine current screen position and overriding the options. Nothing too bad. Greg, thanks for the prime. Bloat, D menu's all you need. Ugh, I hate D menu. It's so ugly. Rofi is what you need to use. Rofi's so much better than D menu. I know. So we got our key up, down, left, right, enter. All right, fine. Yes. Cursor. That's all fine. We designed all that a while back. Now the logo, bam, got it. Set this up. File system. Select your file system for both root. Select great. Perfect. Now for time zone, that's set. That's an interesting. I've never really used this curl command. I don't remember if this is a someone contributing. No. I thought I copied that, but could be wrong. That's a cool command. So instead of selecting it, it just goes ahead, grabs the time zone using a curl. Are you still using a 7800 and are satisfied with it? Sicko, I have traded in the AMD. I can't. 7800 XT sucked. I hated that card. I still hate that card. It's actually on the inside PC. I've gone full team NVIDIA. Sold out to the man. I am now team green. Sorry, AMD. Yeah. I mean, it wasn't awful, but for like video editing, it wasn't great. Like specifically Resolve kind of runs like a turd compared to the NVIDIA cards. And the other thing I was running into is the 7800 in Linux. It had issues. It wasn't utilizing the entire capabilities of the card. So I know it was capable of way more FPS, but in Linux, it just wasn't giving me the full capabilities. I could see it in like Mango HUD only using like 60-70%. I was like, what is happening? AMD, come on, man. I've been shilling for you for like 3-4 years and just, it was such a letdown. So I just threw it on the inside Windows box, said, be gone with you. And now I just am a 4070 Super user. Yep. Yeah, and I know some people weren't seeing that, but man, the 7800 for me I couldn't get it to work right. It was strange. Skill issue. User error. Possibly. I installed many different operating systems. I did find, I think, Bazite, it seemed better. I honestly think it was a hardware incompatibility with my specific setup, which it is a weird setup, mind you. Like if you look at my setup, it's, a Xeon processor with the 7800. It was just a very odd setup to begin with. So it's probably more of a hardware incompatibility coupled with like most Linux users would never use that combination of hardware. And I think that was the issue. If I was using just like residential hardware, I think it would have been fine. But I wasn't. And the weird thing was Windows was okay with it. I got full usage out of my Windows box, and you could see it in the benchmarks I was doing on stream too. So yeah, I think it was just a very odd hardware configuration, and I think that's what happened. Is it that Xeon being old? Yeah, this Xeon's like $10,000, man. The actual processor's like a couple thousand. The W3 34 35X is no slouch, man. Intel. I think this came out last year. It is a beast. 1600 for the processor. Came out Q1 2023. Not old. Yeah, it's a brand new Xeon. So I think it was, I think, a combination of it being so new and the AMD card combination caused some kind of weird issue. And Xeon's no gaming CPU as well, too. So, you know, I think it was a combination of things. So I shouldn't be as hard as I am on AMD. I was just disappointed is all. 300 watt CPU. Yeah. What is my idle? Here, let me tell you what I'm pulling from the wall right now. Oh, I'm pulling 600 watts from the wall right now. Ooh, yeah. It's not exactly a cost-efficient power setup I got going on. If my power goes out, that UPS is not lasting very long. It's still only like 60% load though. 600 watts is way too much for what you're doing. I agree. I mean, my power bill is about $400 a month. It's not awful. Laugh until the electric bill shows up. It is also Texas, so actually this month's going to be closer to 500. Yeah, first world problems, man. Because AC this month for August, I think our average temperature is like 102 Fahrenheit, around 40 Celsius. And yeah, that's just brutal when that's like your normal midday temperature. And then obviously I've got 2 AC units. I got one for in here, one for the house. Dude, I need an AC unit just for this room, just to cool from all the power from the computers. So I got the computer sucking down the power, and I got the AC unit sucking down power to cool all the heat that the computers are producing. Again, first world problems, man. Maybe undervolt the GPU. Ugh, God, I don't think it's going to save very much. Yeah, I have a mini split. Mitsubishi. Nothing but the best. I don't skip out on the mini splits. I wish I did it earlier. I waited, I think, about a year and a half. And it's funny, like my earlier videos, what I would do is I have a window unit, and the window unit produced about 45, 50 decibels, which is pretty loud. That's a sizable noise. And I would have to film over that. So I would have so much sound treatment, and oh gosh. I mean, when I look back on those videos, I was like, you know what? It's kind of wild they sound as good as they do. So, you know, you blames A&D where Intel messed up. Oh, I don't know about that. I wasn't the only one having problems with the 7800 XT. Like, 7800 XT not using all GPU Linux. It's a real terrible experience with the AMD 7800 XT 8 months ago. I'm not the only one. Let's not. I'm not gonna let you stand. I'm not gonna be like the typical. I'm not gonna take it. You come at me, bro. No, we're not doing it. Bam. There it is. It sucked. No, I'm not the only one. You know, you Linux users, you comment. Oh well, you're just a user skill issue. Hitting back. Not the only one. Let's see what else we got. There's somebody else here? Here we go. Another terrible experience. Well, that's the same dude. That's not fair. So what about this one? An unexpected low power draw. This is another guy. Okay. Was this 10 months ago? Let's see. Can't get the 7800 XT to work. Well, it worked just fine. Downloaded drivers from the website. I can't take that one seriously. Switch to AMD GPU 7800. Solved. Update. Since the issues of this post, I encountered a handful of new ones. Here's a related post here. What was the issue? But I thought I would mention it. I had issues. A couple other people had issues. I don't know I'd recommend the 7800 XT. It's as simple as that. My personal experiences were poor. But having said that, I still like AMD. You know, if you have a standard setup, I think AMD cards are much less of a headache than NVIDIA in a lot of ways. So here's the thing about NVIDIA. Because you're like, Titus, do you recommend NVIDIA over AMD after you just trashed the 7800 XT? It depends on what you're doing. NVIDIA can be a decent experience in Linux as well. So, man, there's just so much nuance. And honestly, I got into, with Vaxry, Hyperland dev today. He made a post. And let's go. Oh, God. Cam Life Girl. What is going on here? Oh, God. I'm always scared to pull up freaking Twitter on here. It's just a bigger dumpster fire. All right, here we go. So Vaxry said this today. I don't get why we should switch away from X11. It just works, right? And his response was, you either haven't used X11 or lying or your IQ is below room temperature. I've seen totally new Linux users complain about horrible issues that were just X11 moments. And I was like, hey, come on now. That's a strong statement. Let's correct it. Depends on your configuration. A lot of Linux depends on your configuration. And it depends on what distros you pick, your starting spot. Linux doesn't just work. It just doesn't. You gotta kind of figure out what you're trying to do and then pick what's best for you. So for me, X11 is actually a better experience because I'm a 1080p user. I'm not doing any crazy scaling. I'm using just NVIDIA. I don't have any of the screen tearing issues, which a lot of Xorg users do, or X11 users use, I have issues with, where Wayland, on the other hand, doesn't have those issues typically out of the box. However, whenever I switch to Wayland, I do run into bugs. I have a less stable experience compared to X11. So, who's lying? And that's what I said back to him. You know, I'm just like, yeah. And I did concede to the point when he responded. Oh, God, what do we have? I haven't checked this since I made it. Oh, Lord. Okay, I gotta not scroll too far. There's gonna be some boobs that show up in stream. I gotta watch out for that. Did he respond? I think he did. Oh, Lord. No ban, no ban, no ban. All right. Clean. Did he not respond? Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Oh, thought it was high power bill. Yeah. It depends on your configuration. Should be the disclaimer for most anything. I think that's true. So, but I would say for most users, Wayland is ready for them, and they don't have probably the issues I have. But again, it depends on your configuration, and you probably, if you run into a lot of screen tearing, which I have had in X11, and some of it is problematic to clean up. If you do have X11 screen tearing, it could be you're using an Intel integrated GPU, and the Xorg drivers that come with it, the firmware drivers, usually cause that screen tearing. You could also have a bad Xorg config where it doesn't have like tear-free, or tear-free's not working because the driver's not specified. Maybe it's an i915 driver instead of an Intel driver, and you got to run like an LSUSB to, LSPCI to figure all that out and figure out the driver usage and then program that into Xorg, where Wayland just works. Or it could be you're just as simple as your PyCom compositor. Your PyCom compositor could have some bad variables or configuration by stock settings, and that's causing screen tearing, where you have a whole bunch of lines that looks like the screen splits apart, and that's what screen tearing is. And that's one of the biggest drawbacks to X11. I just walked through the 3 different problems and solutions to either one. There are solutions to them, but I do agree there shouldn't really be happening in the beginning, where Wayland a lot of times just works for users, but mileage will vary. Also, Starin, thank you for the Prime. I was right in the middle of a rant when you subbed. And Greg, thank you, Greg, for the Prime. If I didn't get you as well, oh man, too great. All right, let me get out of here. Snow Puppy, been a bit since I've been able to catch a stream. How are things going? Snow, man, things have been going great, man. I've been having such a good time streaming. I love it. Up to 3 days a week now. We're doing Monday, Tuesday, Thursday. This is the second week of going 3 a week, and I absolutely love it. It has just been a blast. So, digging it. All right, SSD or not. Do we need to specify this? I don't know if many people... Nah, there's still people that use spinning platters out there. Should I buy a Win95 ThinkPad 600? No, you don't need that. Oh, can I remove that from the on-screen chat? Yes, sorry. Oh, geez, I didn't even realize part of that is... Oh, I like it kind of that big, right? Oh, I kind of messed that up. Pro streamer, watch out. Let's just, Oh, oops. 1 second here. Bottom. Oh, what's up, Rooks? How's it going, man? All right, we're good. Yes, no. Case options, perfect. And then disk. This will format and delete all data on the disk. Please make sure you know what you're doing. Recommend back up your data before continuing. I am not responsible for any data loss. Let's just nip that in the butt, shall we? All right, there we go. All right, we got disk install on, perfect. Username, host name, doing set password. A read, name of machine. AUR helper, we can get rid of. Desktop environment, we also get rid of. Install type, we will also get rid of. So, set option, install type, minimal. No. AUR helper, nope. If not desktop, then okay, we're not going to use any of that. So we're doing background checks, clear, logo, user info, clear, logo, desktop environment. We got rid of that. Gonna clear this, it's redundant. Logo, partition disk, clear, logo, file system, dissection, clear, logo, time zone set, clear, redundant. Oops. We're just going to go time zone. If we look at time zone, let's go up, time zone set. The thing about this, oh, I guess we want to give the ability for the user to pick something different. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, we'll do time zone, logo clear, key map for locales, setting up mirrors. That's fine. ISO, CTL, then we're good to go. Okay, so all that looks good. I don't see an issue with any of it. What happened with Brody? I just caught some of chat. Sad to hear what happened to Brody. I love Brody. Oh, is Waylon pushing? That is all. I gotcha. Okay. I thought something happened to him, like he got hit by a bus or something. I'm like, oh, shit. Oh, yeah. He's definitely a full-on Waylon shill at this point in time. But, you know, happens to the best of us. X11 forever. I'm gonna die off. He even tell you he's a Wayland shill. X11 till they pull the plug. I'm here forever. Oh, all right. I think we're good here. So now we go there. We drop into the rest of the program. Formatting, drives, subvolume, disk. All right, done. Then we got the main drive set up. We got the bootloader set up. Main setup there. Bam, done. Okay, so now we have the FS being pulled in, proper setup script with username and password, and pulling the rest of this in. How fast can we install Arch using LinUtil / ArchTitus? All right, Snapper config, actually. I don't really like Snapper. We're going to get rid of that. Yeah, I don't like it. You are the weakest link. Goodbye. Although, why? So with the Snapper config, what happened with Luke's or Btrfs then? Oh, I gotcha. It was only setting up Snapper for Luke's and Btrfs. I'll allow it. I'll allow it for that. I mean, it's not the worst thing to do, actually having something there. And all it's doing is just copying the Snapper config, which is that, yeah. It's just grabbing those comp files and comp file D from the Snapper. Although I don't think Snapper's actually getting installed. Let's go up. Yeah, Snapper's actually not even there anymore. Let's just get rid of it. Bloat. I will warn you, it's very tight as wire. Oh, Alex, I love it. I love it. Everyone's like, what is this IDE Titus is using? I like it. Cursor, man. It's the best. All right, all that should be good. Replace in the same state. Sure. Oh, wow. Is it going to go through the whole script? No. Cool. That looks gravy. And we'll just add that. Now that should be good. Should this be PWD? Well, if it's PWD, I want to say it shouldn't matter on the quotes. Oh, no. Quote. All right, let's clean up some of this themes directory. Sure. Quick fix. And then Plymouth theme. I didn't do it for the Plymouth theme, which is kind of interesting. What else do we have? Redirect to standard. It must be last. Use that to clarify, sure. And the home, we do need to glob this just so we don't run into any issues with somebody with like a space in their name. You should never do a space in your name, but believe it or not, there are crazy people out there that love lots of problems. So, it didn't fix it. Fine. Name of machine. Yeah, that's fine. This is shell check, huh? Hostname can't have a space anyways. That's silly. Man, I don't want to fix all this. Again, don't want to do that. Read R will mangle backslashes. Well, we're not using backslashes. Let's give it a whirl. I think we've gotten far enough before I start tinkering too much here. Let's see what we have and any potential errors. And how we want to distribute this. Server setup an Arch. Let's go into here. And I don't see that. So Z, LinUtil, get pull. Already up to date. If we go into commands, source commands, let's go system setup into Arch. The strange thing here is, let's go tab data. Oh, okay. So for this is the data preconditions true. Okay. That's cool. So then we have these data entries. Let's just yank this, paste a new one. Oops. Paste that. And where do we want to put this? I feel like yay should be actually above this. And I don't know. What are we thinking? And then do Arch server setup. And we made this, what do we call it? Server setup.sh. Server setup.sh. And I really like that. So this is where like ArchTitus lives again. So the idea of this is be a basic system setup. You run Linux utility and you're good. So coming back into the main drill, let's do a cargo build. So that's gravy. And yeah, I love setting Arch is obviously the best server distro. I know I'm kind of saying that tongue in cheek, but it's really fun to set up. It's such a great playground because it's so fast. I bet we get sub 2-minute Arch install with this, if it actually works. How do I want to distribute this? Actually, get up desktop. Do want to just make a new branch real fast. Oops, nope, cancel. Let's come on over to LinUtil. Got these. Let's go new branch. ArchTitus. I'm gonna bring these changes with us. We call this ArchTitus. Publish. And commit that. Publish the branch. It always does this. Why you do this to me? Okay. So we're good to go. ArchTitus is now published. Let's go GitHub. LinUtil. Debian Titus is next. So the idea behind this is just make a quick setup for folks. So we have this branch I wanted to pull in, and for the easiest way, if we look at our builds, let's go, was it release or build? Why do I even have a release folder? There's LinUtil, right? August 20th. That's not today. Cargo build, was it release? BSD Titus after Debian? I think so. I'm kind of itching to do that. Probably Target, huh? So there we are, 521. There's LinUtil. Let's copy old LinUtil over into. First, we'll go and put it into our home.local bin. Override it, and LinUtil. There's our Arch Linux, Arch server setup. Oh, yes. First order of business is passed for ArchTitus being pulled in. It lives. It lives once again. All right, perfection. So now we've got this. We've coded it. Now we need to put it on an Arch ISO. Let's go download Arch Linux. Yes. I wonder, you think I could just open up the ISO and then just drop it in there? I mean, obviously this is going to screw up the hash, but who checks the hash anyways? I'm just saying. Linux got too commercial. And yet, not that many people use it. Let's go lease web. I think I have a local Dallas mirror. Man, Arch is starting to get bloated though. 1.1 gig. Not too long ago, this was just 600 megs. I mean, it's still better than the 6.6 gigs of Windows, but still. Hey, Pickley, how's it going? Build it from Arch ISO, maybe. Oh, good. System D and the kernel got bloated from 220 to 660. Ooh, that is pretty rough. Yeah, that's a little bit out there, man. Let's come here. Let's see if I can't jankify this, as I'm known to do. Let's go here. Can I open it with bzip? Maybe. So let's say we have our loader, right? And okay, there's the entries, actually. That's just boot entries. I wonder if we could just open this up. I gotta try. I know you all are shaking your head at this, but let's try it. Yeah, I didn't think so. Like, it would be nice if I could just drop this in here. Because I don't want to do a publish. Easiest way to pull it in. I love Grub. You know Grub's faster than system deboot, right? True story. I know. I love broken bootloaders. It's like my jam, okay? If I'm not rebuilding a bootloader, what am I doing with my life? Whether it's Windows or Linux, I don't care. I just have fun rebuilding bootloaders. I'm just a strange person like that. Oh man, I don't want to build my own ISO. Thinking systemd boots the default and Arch install. Ugh, gross. All right. I mean, a systemd boot. I just don't like systemd boot mainly because the loader and the definitions for new entries is made by a crackhead. I know I say that a lot, but there's a lot of crackheads in Linux, and we got to call this out when I see it. It's just not user-friendly at all. It's awful. It's awful. Like, Grub is so much better, and it feels like you're just devolving when you're using that. Like, God, the loader files. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Are you calling me a crackhead, sir? No. I'm just saying the person that designed systemd boot could have put a little more effort into the loader file. Like, it's a little much grabbing the UID and all that. It's a bit rough. No offense, but you're being a bit of a baby about those loader files. I agree. But why is it worse than Grub? Grub's been around for 15 years. Can we not make something better than what was made 15 years ago? Honest? Come on. I don't think it's worse than etc default Grub. It is though. Like you just etc default Grub's relatively simple and it auto generates all the entries. Sure, there's an auto generation in systemd boot, but it's worse. All right. You're wrong about this. I get it. You know what I'm not wrong about? We can agree to disagree on this, but you will agree on this. The Grub themes are way better. Grub themes are the stuff of legend. You know, sure, system deboot, there's a time and place, and there is like the whole, hey, I don't want to install extra packages, and it's more minimal, and it doesn't break on every update like Arch does. But does it have awesome themes? Aha. I mean, I'm not anything but without some flash. You got to have a little more of that panache. Like when I launch my bash, I like a little panache with it. I mean, I already think we already went on like a 30-minute keyboard rant of how, yeah, the keyboard might break and some of the keys might break on it for my fancy keyboard, but man, does it look awesome. And it has like some hotkeys that are pretty cool too. So, to each his own. All right. We got to redo the theming too. The grub themes. I think that's what our next addition to the Linux utility is. Baking in all the grub themes. Anyways, let's... God bless, so much to do. You know what? We're going to have to do it live. We're doing it live. ArchTitus, compare pull request. What are the odds of this pull request working? ArchTitus implementation. Pull request. We are about to make the fastest Arch install known to man. Title. ArchTitus. Feature. New feature. And description. Sets up Arch. Fast. Wait. Blazingly fast. Minimal. And simply the best. Testing. People test stuff. All right. Impact. Hopefully it doesn't blow up my system. Issues related. There will be many after this gets merged. Resolves. Well, nothing. Additional information. Taking the best of ArchTitus and bringing it into 2024. Code. My code adheres to the style and guidelines. Sure. I have performed self-review of my own code. I have. I commented my code. Sure. I have not. Made changes and generate no error. Yeah, hadn't done any of those things. Let's do it. All right. Let's go. So, ArchTitus implementation. Let's do the checks first. Let's make sure it actually, I didn't like fat finger and throw a whole bunch of different symbols in there. Yeah. Oh man, an ArchTitus splash screen shirt. Oh, I know. It should be on a shirt. That'd be great. I would just wear it everywhere. Drunk Titus without his booze. Well, actually, Gina, we had a little booze earlier in the stream. Although, I don't think there's any alcohol in this. Oh, yeah, there is alcohol in it. That's probably why I'm feeling so good. Okay. 0.5, though. So, yeah. Arch, booze, great history with me. All checks passed. We're merging. Let's do it. Delete branch. We're live. All right. Now, time to make... yeah, let's go ahead and make a pre-release. And let's run that workflow. Don't drink and merge, guys. That should be on a t-shirt. Oh, man. I don't know about that. I have the most fun. I will say I've had the most fun this stream. This stream has just been a blast. I tell you. I can't believe we've been going for 3 hours and 20 minutes. Feels like I just hit start. Question, how often you say you have booze or beer? It's actually kind of funny part. So I used to drink a lot more when I was younger. And now I don't drink at all except for non-alcoholic drinks. So the non-alcoholic is like 0.5. A typical beer has about 3 to 5% alcohol content. I might have a non-alcoholic beer about 1 or 2 a week, if that. And most times I just drink a bunch of water. So I don't actually drink much anymore, mainly because of my liver. I was a little bit rambunctious in my younger years, and I cannot drink much anymore. Yeah, sucks, but that's okay. We still have fun. So I'll occasionally drink it just to get the taste, and I'm like, oh, that's nice. But yeah, I can't really have more than one. If I can't even have one regular beer, probably. The non-alcoholics that I've been getting have been pretty good, and they haven't messed with me, though. Yeah, too bad. Shit happens in life, you know. But you got to listen to your body, and if your body's saying, hey, I feel terrible after you do this, you should probably stop doing the thing that makes you feel terrible. It's kind of like one of those things. I'm like, all right, well, bummer. All right, that's okay. We'll just do something else. Yeah, beer does all kinds of funky stuff. I mean, all alcohol does for me now. God, wine is the worst. I tell you, if I have a glass of wine, that is just, take me to the ER. It's not good these days. I blame COVID. That was the last time I drank wine on the regular. I was never the same after that. All right, we've released our PR here. It's looking good. Let's go to releases. And we have the ArchTitus implementation. And we're good to go. Chris does Windows because of numbers, but he clearly enjoys Linux much more. I would say so. I think you're right. Don't tell the Windows people that, though. I still like, it's weird. Sometimes I go in seasons, though. I've never really given up on Windows. As much as I like to bash on it, it's like that favorite punching bag of mine. I don't know. There's certain times where during the year, even still, I'll be on Windows for like almost a solid month where I'm not really using Linux that much. Now, having said that, I haven't done that since I set up this box, the Super Workstation, because I get a feel for both. Like when I need Windows, I can just go bam and then do my Windows stuff over here. And I'm like, great. And I have like that bare metal feel to my Windows. And then I'm like, okay, cool. And then I'm back here. And having that ability has kept me inside of Linux, which I've really appreciated. So yeah. Why do you torture yourself that way? I think I hate myself a little bit. There's times I was doing a workout the other day and I didn't know if I was going to pass out or throw up. And I was thinking to myself, why am I doing this in 103 degree heat, roughly 40 Celsius? And I don't know. There's a part of me that just likes to put myself in like difficult situations that make me super uncomfortable just to see if I can do it. And I like that. I don't know why I'm conditioned to do that, but I am. So I like to torture myself, essentially. For better or worse. Tokyo. Oh, good to hear, geek. I always wanted to visit Tokyo. One day. It's only hot if you stop moving. Now that is a lie. It's hot as hell here. You walk outside and it is like walking into a dry sauna. Oh, it's brutal. August in Texas is something else. You live permanently out of your comfort zone. True. But honestly, if you live far enough outside your comfort zone, doesn't that become your comfort zone? It's a deep thought right there. It's rougher, no AC. I don't know, man. Heat waves? Netherlands? All right, what's the Netherlands? Let's see. Netherlands. Temp. What do you got? 16. Oh, my God. You live in paradise. Oh, God bless. I'd kill for these temperatures. Bro, my AC's set to 78. I mean, I'm just saying, that's what I sleep in. Yeah. Already too hot even. Okay, the humidity, that's a different thing. It's a dry heat here, so we don't have the humidity. I've been to Florida. Florida has it worse than Texas, I think. Well, except Houston. Houston's like, ugh. Houston, Texas is just awful. And most people from Houston will agree with me. Houston is something else. That's a different level of hell. I don't know how people live in Houston. Probably because there's some decent jobs there. But other than that, oh gosh, it is rough. Okay, sorry. Anyways, I don't know. I got on that rant. Let's go and start this pre-release, right? I need to do better on this. I want to redesign how I'm launching these launchers and attaching them this direction. This is not really the way to do it. I don't like it at all. But I think it should work. We'll see if the ArchTitus implementation's there or not. Now, for the launch command, we should be launching this. Now, do I have a Linux dev? Don't think I did Linux dev. So that's start. And see, I never did Linux dev. Periods of 23 to 30 inside, no AC, very humid. Yeah. I mean, don't visit Florida. That's all I got to say. It's like 48. It's 40 Celsius in there, and it's humid, like 100% humidity. Same with Houston. Houston gets up there too, where it's in the 40, and it is, oof, that's rough. Inside like an attic or something, I don't even know what the temp would be. Death is what it would be. Does the newest stable build of LinUtil require username password for installing basic packages? No, okay. It does not. Oh man, Portland area. Oh, yeah. I visited Vancouver, and that was fun. That was a beautiful, beautiful city during the summertime. Okay. Time to fix this. I will just make a... I have to blare this out just because I am setting DNS settings for ChrisTitus.com, and yeah, I want to show you guys my specific logins here. Oh, CAPTCHAs, man, come on now. Oh, I got my two-factor too. Get that. All right. Now, let me just go to page rules. Once I'm finished with these page rules, I'll unblur this. All right, let's go here. Latest start dev. Create page rule. Linux dev. We're going to do a 301 forwarding URL. A permanent redirect to latest download. Start dev from Linux dev. Oh, and order should be first. Save and deploy. So now, yep, double checking. We're good. Okay. So now we're going to just do a refresh, and now we have the start dev right here. So that should launch our latest on here. So we'll just do a curl fssl and christitus.com/Linux dev, and then we'll pipe it into an sh off of a fresh Arch ISO. What do we think about that? I'm feeling good about it, actually. Let's go ahead and shut that guy down. And we're going to go local install media. Sure. Images. Oh, man. I should just grab my downloads directory instead of having to put them all in. Arch moves so fast, it's kind of pointless adding it and then recurring back because you're never going to use an old Arch. Let's just grab a new pool. Just call it downloads. I'm tired of moving this stuff around. We'll put this in the downloads pool. Create that. And then you see Arch ISO. Perfect. Let's go 8 CPUs. We'll go 10G RAM. 20 gigs is plenty for Arch. Arch, customize. Let's go bridged. Let's go finish. Change the topology. 1 socket, 4 cores, 2 threads. Begin the installation of Arch. Yes. Here we go. Are we ready? I think we're ready. I know I am. This is going to be a good time. I have a good feeling about this. So, we have curl. So, we'll go fssl christitus.com/Linux dev. Could not resolve. Ping. Google. Okay. Just needed to wait. Okay. So, oh, we forgot to pipe it into SH. All right, here we go. What are we thinking? Ah, yucks. Man, that didn't work, did it? I got all excited. Only to be let down. I didn't build it. It didn't launch the right one. All right. Z Linux LinUtil. Start dev. Okay. Latest release should be set to the latest pre-release. And if we look over here, did this build for that release? I'm kind of curious. 2.59. 2.59. Oh, that is sus. I bet you this binary did not build properly. Oh, all right. Well, it did not like that. Okay. I thought I was pulling from the correct branch, but maybe not. I probably should have just done quotes. It would have been a little easier. Sometimes I like to make myself a little bit, you know. Anyhow. All right. Did this pull? I knew it. It didn't build it. Jeez. Knew it. Knew it in my bones there. Where's that build? 17 minutes ago. Did I do the pre-release before it got pushed? Let's look at what happened. So here's the auto commit. So it should have pushed the LinUtil directly to the branch. Let's look at the branch itself. Oh no, I ignored it. So it's actually not in releases or build. Well, this one's actually in build right here. And this binary is 2.62. So that one is correct. If we download it, let's do a check. I bet you. Yeah, see? It's 2.7 megs instead of 2.6, so it grew a little bit. That's our new file. All right, cool. Oh yeah. Hold alacrity. I switched for a while. Well, I grew up in Kansas, Peter. I've seen 3 or 4 tornadoes probably. It's kind of crazy, man. I've never like been like in one that was coming over, but I've seen them from like a couple miles away. And yeah, I'm sure it's a scary thing being in one, especially if you don't have a storm shelter. The nice thing about Kansas is there's storm shelters everywhere because they're just so used to the tornadoes. All right. South Central part. Nice, Sleepy. Yeah. I have a lot of family over in Wichita, some out in the middle of nowhere. It's a place called Great Bend, Kansas. And then Kansas City, of course. Kansas City metro area. Mostly like Brave Village, Overland Park, Leawood. Those areas. In Kansas, the storm shelters have storm shelters. Yeah. There's plenty of holes in the ground you could dive into. Oh, you're cycling long distance outside with that tornado. Yeah, I missed that part of the story. Okay. Yeah, that's something. Oh, man, that's rough. All right, I want to see this work. What did I do wrong? Best way to pull. Feel like this action, like the pre-release action right here should be fine. What's happening? I screwed this up, didn't I? Maybe I ran the workflow before the binary was finished building. I bet you that's what I did. So there's that. There's that. Grab build. Ah, that's what's happening. Let's just edit this direct. Okay, let's commit that. Commit changes. I'm going to go actions. Pre-release. And we're going to run that. We're not going to worry on the checks. 95 kilometers twice a week, often, sometimes longer. Nice, Peter. Yeah, that's I actually rode here in Dallas Fort Worth. There's a new trail opening up, so anybody local to Dallas Fort Worth, this is pretty cool. But there's a park called River Legacy in Mid Cities I go to, and it's about 30 something miles, which probably around 50 kilometers or so. And you could go all the way to Reunion Tower, all through separated out trails. So you never cross over streets or anything. It's legit, like awesome. So you're never alongside traffic, which is rare here. And it's just the most beautiful thing ever. And since it's like along the Trinity River here, it's away from all of the city traffic. So it's in this basin where it'll flood. And that's why nothing's built there. So you won't see any people, you won't see anything, and you're inside Dallas Fort Worth. So it's like wild. It's almost like you're out in the country, but you're not. You're right in the middle of the city. And it is such a cool ride. And I can't wait to go on it again. That was so much fun. Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. All right, so this built, finally. Now, pre-release should show something other than 259, should be 262. So if you look, 262, where this one was 259. We're in business now. Generate. Yes. Update. So here we go. Oh, here you go. So this is right on this basin.
So awesome. Oh my gosh.
So it's all just overgrown in trails, and it's just miles and miles of it right in the middle of the city, and no one's out there. You don't get anybody. All right, here we go. Linux dev. Let's go. No love. So over here, let's curl fssl christitus.com linux dev sh. Okay, so it's there. Maybe I just typed in the wrong thing. Okay, ffsl there. This one's not though. JQ not found related. Oh, you might be right. One must. Yeah, you're right. That's probably what's doing it. JQ. Okay, you're right. Yes, one must. Thank you. That's exactly what we need. So can it set it up? All right. ArchTitus set up inside Linux Toolbox. Titus. Enter your host name. Option command not found. Line 29. We might need to troubleshoot that. Test. Arch. Okay. Okay. So, line 29 and 305. So I'm going to look at 29 and 305, command not found, and see what we got. Oh, I removed the option. You removed the option set op. Oh, did I really? Oh my gosh. I did, didn't I? That'd be funny. So it's set underscore option. Oh, no. Oh, I have select option, but I don't have set option. So line 29 is set option, and line 3, whatever, is the other set option. Okay. So if we look at the other ArchTitus scripts, ArchTitus, let's go scripts, pre-install. Where was set option? Let's go set option. Can you just give me in there? Set option. I was in the startup script. So is this guy right here? Oh, that's right. So before this, I'm going to do that. Config file is not going to exist. And I want to say that's going to be problematic. So we got to rewrite that function real fast. I want to say we could, since I'm removing the config file, password set option 1 to password. Yeah. So what we're going to do is we'll just change out that. That's fine. Password. But let's put a $sign dot password actually. And so username and password is set here. It's going to be $sign password and then $sign user at the very beginning. Okay. So looking at that, this set option will actually just be a simple variable set. We'll just go password, export, password. Yep. Oh, okay. Password. We can just do equal password 1, right? That doesn't look right. Something about that doesn't look right. I can't I guess I'd do a local declaration on that. I want to say just export password to password 1. That looks better. I don't think that's going to be needed though. Anyways, let's go set option. Okay. This is going to be export equal delete betterfs. And then this is going to be export equal ext4. I'm trying to think if there's a better way of doing this than this specific rewrite, but I think it's fine. We got set password. We got another set option here for time zone. Export equal time zone. And we're going to go export equal. Any tips on DWM scaling? Ooh, that's going to be rough, Sal. I don't scale. Scaling can be done through like xrandar, or you could do it through X11 itself. I probably would do it through X11 itself, although X doesn't have great scaling. That is a tomorrow Chris issue. It's so true. So true. Okay, then we got set option key map. Yeah, I feel like there's probably a better way to do this, and I probably should, honestly, set option. I probably should have just rewrote it with the export up there. Now that hindsight's 2020, since I was already calling the function and putting those two variables through. I'm already through most of this rewrite anyways. We're just going to remove the set option function altogether. Yeah, it's fine. What's the worst that could happen from doing it this method? Do we have scaling built into LinUtil? I can't remember if that was part of the maintenance or not. Don't remember. All right, we'll do export. God bless, I should have changed this. Should have been done different, Chris. It's just my brain's not thinking of a better solution at the time. And I'm like, oh, you know, this technically would work. And I kind of want to just see it work. I know. All right, that's fine. Set option is gone. We're good. So, man, disappointed. A bit disappointed here. Let's go over here. Fix ArchTitus. Commit. Push. Oh, man. I didn't mean to do it under that branch. Okay. Alrighty. Tell me it recreated the branch. Okay, good. It's like, oh, God, please. Please. All right, cool. Merge ArchTitus fixes. Yeah, open up a pull request for myself. I know, it seems silly. I accidentally committed. I was just going to do it to main, and then I was like, oh, crap. Oh, well. I guess it's good to document it in a pull request. I also can easily review it. I do love the browser review of GitHub PRs. So even though this is my code, and of course my code's always perfect because I never make mistakes, as you guys know, I think it's good. Yeah. I'm going to improve my, oh, no. Okay. GitHub's like, okay, you don't need to improve your own PR. Just merge it. You big ham. All right, here we go. I'm surprised you're still alive. Yeah, I just like wanted to fix this thing. I wanted to see like ArchTitus live again in the Linux toolbox, at least in some form like here. So that's why I wanted to do this. So I'm waiting for the build to happen. Once this does, we'll do our PR. We'll merge it in and then relaunch the dev branch over here and see it. So I'm going to leave that. Come on over and then let this build. And I want to also, on this LinUtil build, you know what I want to do as well, now that I'm thinking about it? I think what we'll do is call LinUtil.yaml, but how is this named? Are we looking at the pre-release over here? Do I have any contingencies in place for, oh man, I do not. I think we need to add something. While I'm here, we're going to go into our GitHub workflows template, and then we're going to go over to LinUtil and pre-release actually. Wait until the LinUtil.yaml workflow finishes. That should pull in, I can't remember exactly the name of it. Yeah, there it is. LinUtil workflow. Yeah, it's wrong. Jippity's hallucinating again. It's close though. I mean, it's good. It's good, but it's actually LinUtil release, not workflow. It did help. Yeah. Okay. I like it. Okay, great. That's good. And what I want that to do is if LinUtil's building a release, I don't want the pre-release to just grab the old binary. I want it to sit there and go, hey, I'm waiting for the build to get finished and then run. So it's always going to wait for these workflows. As I don't want another issue like we had earlier. And then we got that. Perfect. Let's just do a update, do a pull push. Awesome. So now that that's going, we can come back into our actions. We have this merge. I don't think we need to run this, but I kind of want to just do the pre-release real fast just to see it and watch the actions run side by side, because I want to make sure that this finishes before this even starts, which is not really live. Dirty son of a biscuit eater. Didn't wait. It's still not done building. My disappointment is immeasurable. All right. Regardless, that's just building the same binary. So if you look here, 262, if we do a refresh, you'll notice it is now wiped out. It's still 262, but I don't think really that much changed except changing some characters around. Let's update this release and then come over here. We're going to launch this guy, Arch setup. Oh man, our Arch setup, Titus, test Arch. So this isn't displaying properly, and I can't type like ext4 or anything to get past it. So it was during this section that we do have a hiccup. Okay, and if we look at system setup over here, it'll be during this. So we have the display. Heck, let's ask Jibbity. It's for select option. And I'm going to just pull this in. I like ext4 personally, but I know some people are BetterFS fans, and I want to make sure the option exists. This isn't displaying on a really small screen. How to fix. So adjust the numbers of columns dynamically based on screen width. Here's an updated version of the function that calculates the numbers of columns based on the screen width and the length of the options. Okay. Calculate max option length, determine the maximum width. So we'll look at this. Calculate call max based on screen width and maximum option length. Calculate the number of columns to fit the screen and then adjust call max accordingly. Okay. Let's see if this can adapt it. I think what's happening is that picture in a picture is just a bit too much. What are you doing? Really? No. That's not what I wanted. Let's apply that again. Okay. That application is not so good. This is not applying. This isn't applying. Okay, here's an updated select option function. So let's go down to select option. Here's the select option function. Little helpers for terminal print control. Okay, fine. Same thing on the readout. But this time, ArchTitus messes up with old Jibbity. That's pretty funny, actually. All right, well, not exactly the method I wanted to do, but, you know, there's always the old copy-paste. I do like to see what's happening, but what can be done? What's happening here? It says it's not used. Last row. Heck, let's just update this. I think some of this is just... I mean... I don't think it's that big a deal, but, you know. Let's ask. Is it really that big of a deal? Where has copy pasting ever? I mean, come on. Years of Stack Overflow. All right. In many cases, combining declaration assignment is fine. However, in some shell environments or scripts with strict error handling, separating them can prevent issues where the return value of a command is inadvertently masked. This is particularly important in scripts where precise error handling and debugging are critical. Separating declaration can help avoid subtle bugs and improve script readability. All right, fine. Fine. Then fix start call lines and calls then if you want. If you're gonna make me do it, then you go ahead and do it. I don't want to do that. There we go. All right, cool. That's fine. Size appears unused. Where is size used? Is it even used anywhere? No. So if this is not used, why is it in there? Lines appears unused. Why is it being in there? Start call appears unused. Nope. All right, that's fine. Last call, probably unused. Yep. Last row. Where's that being used? Cursor back to normal. I don't think. Yeah, we do need that. Okay. Start row. There it is. Cursor to start row. Okay. Yeah, this is when we're punching around the options. This is a really fancy menu. I'm tempted to just scrap the whole damn thing, but you know, whatever. Oh God, I really hate this. This is just dumb. Jibbity, you're stupid. I just can't. It just looks dirty. I'm like, just declare it there. I don't see a point in it. Okay. All right, so I think we're good on that front. I kind of want to just run this script just to see if it works. Use braces. Okay. Kind of feel like that's fine. Declare and assign separately to avoid masking. It thinks that's finish line instead of finish language. All right. Well, all right. Anyways, that's pretty good. I think that is progress. I wonder, can I select? Be kind of cool. I don't think it's a big deal, but it's screwing up ArchTitus. The AI just is like, I don't know what all this ASCII art is. It's kind of funny. Oh man, it's too great. What's the other line number? 649. 649. All right. Cool. I like it. All right. So ArchTitus is good. Changing that function. Local size. Just kind of doing a bit of a cleanup. A few bracket fixes here. I think on this printf that is needed. And I think we can get by with the rest. Calculating the new one, the offset, we'll see. I want to run this local just to see if we have any errors. I don't think we will. It should error out right away and just be like, hey, you're not in a live Arch ISO. So let's go into source, commands, system, Arch, and then server setup. chmod and server setup. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. So this is all gravy. We'll just go ahead and fix that. We got our server set up. Make X push. There's no send, like full send push to main. Yeah, I know. I just want to get it done. I'm under the gun. I know dinner's right around the corner. I'm like, I just want to get this done. It's so close. All right. Quit. Okay. So we got that. Come back here. Let's go our actions. We'll do another deploy. Let's just cancel this run. Refresh. Okay, cool. So now the pre-release is actually firing off on all commits to main and all PRs. Not exactly what I was going for, but for why we're in heavy development, I think it's fine. Yeah. Okay, I'll be right in. All right. We got the new one deployed. Here we go. We've got one shot at this. It either makes it or breaks it. This is it for all the marbles. 4 hours into the stream. I'm not backing down here. We're getting it. Titus. Test. Arch. You. All right. That did not work. I'll be back after dinner. I will not leave this until it is done and I have a 2-minute Arch install. I won't stop streaming today until it's done. Having said that, I do need to go eat dinner with the fam. So I'm going to stop it right here, but I'll be back tonight and we will not finish streaming until Arch server setup does it and ArchTitus lives again. I just probably need some food. I think that's really the holdup here. So until 2 hours from now, 2 hours from now, whatever your local time is, you can set your watch to it. Actually, let's make it 1 hour from now. I don't need that long to eat. 1 hour. I'm going to do that. I'll be back and it's going to be amazing. All right. See you in 1 hour. Bye for now. We're back. Oh boy. This is definitely something where I'm looking at it, the Arch setup on here. So if you're just getting to the stream and you're not left over from before, this is kind of where we're at. So what's happening? Let's say we got our passwords test. This should be displaying a menu. Because this is inside of a Rust binary, I want to say the commands I'm using to display the menu aren't properly rendering. And that is the reason why that's not working. So to fix this, I think we can totally change this around. Get it fixed. So the big issue is right in here. How's it going, Kevin? Ping. Gaming. We're back online. We're back online. We're getting it. I was like, we're going to finish this ArchTitus thing today. I was like, I know I've already streamed for like 5 hours. I don't even want to think of how long this VOD is. People are going to see it and just go, what? You were live for like 8 hours? Like, yeah, I know. But we got it done. I want this project finished. And therefore, we shall finish it. The big thing with this menu, though, I want to rewrite it. I want to say right in here, options equals select option. So this whole select option, yeah, right here, we're going to change. It's kind of a written in bash type deal. And what we're going to do is just pull, actually, we'll close this out and then pull it back in. Okay. Goal, Dathus, is midnight. Hopefully before. I think we can get it before. I really think once we do this menu rewrite, we'll run into probably a couple more issues, but then I think it'll be fine. This doesn't work since it is in a floating window in a Rust binary. How to rewrite the menu to display properly. Jippity's going to be like, just like have a heart attack on this. The rewrite select option function will work properly in a floating window within a Rust binary. You can simply simplify the function to avoid direct terminal manipulations instead use a more straightforward approach. Here's a simplified version that should work better. So we'll set the options, select options, echo, option, otherwise echo, option 0. And then set the keys. Oh, this is so much easier. Okay, let's apply that. Look at this rewrite. Quick question, I tried Arch, but it was having Wi-Fi problems, so I tried EndeavourOS. Feels smooth, just wondering what browser, and is there a way to improve the speeds? Oh, browsers are a little tricky. I like Brave and probably Thorium. Thorium's what I use personally. Most people don't like it because it's not necessarily secure. It usually runs a revision or 2 behind, and it's not necessarily de-Googled, but for me, it's like a good happy medium balance. And I've actually been on it for almost a year now. It's been wild. But it's obviously just run by one guy, and it's not probably great. So I don't really recommend too many browsers. I hate most browsers just because the state of the web browser is just kind of crap. But Thorium's probably the lightest weight one I've seen. Yeah, this is a good old late night stream, Patrick. Well, we're continuing today's. I was like, I am not stopping streaming until this gets done and totally fixed. So that's the option. So this should rewrite this entire thing. Now, this looks like a considerable code consolidation here. Wish I had a better way of doing this, but oh geez, you know, I don't know. We'll see. We're gonna just consolidate, hope for the best, avoid map or read split from command. Let's see. Here's this, and what do we got for? Let's pull these changes. But what kind of problems do we have? Yeah, these are all just shell check errors, though. Most of them globbing, splitting, just variables, which aren't that big a deal. Read without R will mangle backslashes. It's fine. I'm not using backslashes. Useless cat. Consider CMD. Okay. Chris likes it because he is a furry. It's kind of funny, Dathis. A good buddy of mine at work always gives me crap for using Thorium after that one video. All right, bud. We're gonna see it through to the end. It's gonna happen. Hey, Chris, I ran the kitty portion of the LinUtil earlier. How do I get the window borders back? I like everything else, but I use KDE, not a window manager, and now I can't move the window to another monitor or resize the multiple windows on the same monitor. Ah, Cyrix. Yeah, you're going to have to go to .config/kitty/kitty.conf. I don't think I even have that in here. Let's see. Let's just go .config kitty, and then if we look at kitty.conf. So in here, let's see, window, and I would probably, where will we change the window decorations? Probably would put that. I don't even know if there is window decorations in Kitty. I can't say I ever. No, yeah. Right here. Towards the end. Hide window decorations, yes. Change it to no. And that hopefully will get you what you need. You might also change scroll as well. So, like scroll bar. Yeah, maybe there's only a little bit scroll. Scroll lines is good. Nah, I think that's good. Yeah. Anywho, yeah, that's the line you want. Sorry. All right. So, this is what our refactor is looking like. Good Lord, that is quite the change. I do like it a lot. It's much more concise. I will say that much. I don't know if that's gonna give us exactly what we want. We're gonna try it. We're gonna try it. Godspeed. I do want to check to see if there's any other shell check. The prevent globbing. Let's just I wish we could do like a global disable. All right. Quote to prevent word splitting. Password appears unused. Password. No, that's used, isn't it? Oh, wait a second. Let's go $ password. Username and password being set. I think what we're going to do here, let's come back to this username. I think it should be username. And let's just delete that. And this password should be like that. Caps. I don't think caps might not matter, but got a little too much going on here. Read without R. That's fine. I don't see an issue with that. We can try it. I mean, what's the fix of this look like? Just an RP. Hostname doesn't seem correct. To resolve this issue, you should use an R option with the read command to prevent it from interpreting backslashes as escape characters. Here's the code. I don't think any backslashes are used in this, so again, not needed. Okay. What's with the stream restart? I had to go eat dinner. I guess I could have just left it on and just had like a Chris will be back. He's eating dinner thing, but yeah, live and learn. Maybe next time I'll just do that and just say, hey, AFK an hour. We'll see. Is Jellyfin good for hosting ebooks? I mean, honestly, when it comes to ebooks, I love Calibre, Ashlyn. Calibre for hosting and grabbing like metadata, conversion between like EPUB and Mobi. You have a lot of functionality with ebooks. I don't think I would use Jellyfin for ebooks itself. I would use Calibre, and then I really like the Kobo Walmart e-readers. They're not as locked down as the crap from Amazon. So you can grab like entire libraries. I think I have like 10,000 books or something. And it makes it, I mean, I don't think I'll read that many books. I know I won't. But if the end of the world comes, man, I tell you, I love it. Because I can just plug it up to my Calibre. I never updated. I never connected to the internet. And I just load it up as much as I can. And it's awesome. I absolutely love Calibre and being able to read whatever I want at any time and then just go. And you can load up a ton of books on the Kobos. Yeah, I think I'm using like oh geez, it's been a minute since I bought it. I want to say about 5-6 year old Kobo, or however you say it. And it's been an amazing e-reader. I love it. Okay, so we have all that. Did you forget to close a double screen? Okay, what's this? Cat proc. I think that's fine. Really? Oh, that is interesting. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what they're doing here. You can't just unquote that. You can't double quote that. That's so silly. Yeah, it's the globbing. Anyways, silly jippity. Okay. Proc U code appears unused. Verify use. Intel U code. Proc U code. I don't see that. Proc determine. Yeah, I don't see it. Is it just these two? It is. Okay. Probably leftovers from old ArchTitus. Man, we're really cutting down the fat on this script. All right, anything else I see? That was Finnish, a Finnish language. It wasn't actually FI for finishing. Of an else if statement, prefer map file, or read A to split command output, or quote to avoid splitting. Well, I think we want to split that. I think we want it split. Yeah, we don't want it all at once, so I think that's okay. And then this one, quote this to split to avoid close. Okay, that's fine. All right, I feel like that's really good. A couple warnings, but overall, most of them cleared up. We have a whole brand new menu. This is all LLM written options menu. Huge consolidation that hopefully will work inside of our Rust binary. Let's do our compile and see what we get. Fingers crossed. But we're gonna have a 2-minute Arch install or less. Mark my words. It's gonna happen. So these are our changes. Just changing this. A lot of red. I know, a little scary, but that's okay. A lot of red. And then we're gonna be doing our options. Select option. There was an error with the make flags there, which is fine. And proc ucode was unused. There was also variable issues being set incorrectly with username and password. We'll just call it ArchTitus fixes. We're just going to be committing. I hate to be pushing to main all day today, but we're going to be having to push to prod to test because I'm having to pull it down from another box and run it. And the best I can do is a pre-release. It's not actually the stable release we're pushing to, but you know, so be it. Here we go. Install time, exclusive booting, I assume. I think it'll be fine. The old Titus scripts was 4 to 5 minutes. I think I got it close to 3 minutes, right? I think we can get it to 2 minutes. We had so much crap installed on there that was unneeded, like configuring cups and some sharing. We also had AUR configuration. There was a lot of just extra bloat in there. I think we can get 2 minutes. I think 120 seconds. Well, I know I love bloat, but some of you don't love bloat, so I want to make this for you. I want to make it so you press the enter button, and by the time you go get a glass of water and come back, you'll see just the glorious completed. Yeah, I think we did it before. I want to say we got it around 2 minutes before. So I think we could at least replicate that. I get water in 1 minute. 1 liter of water. Oh, all right. If you remove something even a single person uses, removing it is a bug, not a feature. So, yeah, this is meant to be a starting spot. This isn't meant to be a end-all, be-all Arch install kind of deal. It's meant to just get you on there, and it's meant to be a playground for everyone to just have at it. All right, so now we've got our commit of ArchTitus. If we come back into LinUtil, go over to releases, we should see this and our new assets right here. So with those new assets, let's just delete this. This is fine. We're going to delete that release. We're on 8:23 now. GMT's apparently over midnight. Okay. I think GitHub runs on GMT, does it not? All right. It is go time. All right. Clear out. Pull the new one. We should see 8:23. Perfect. Arch setup. Titus. Test Arch. All right. Select an option using the arrow keys and press enter. Okay. Yep. ext4. Yeah. US. Yep. Okay. A little bit of jank there, but we can fix that. All right, here we go. Oh, do we have a timer going? I think it was 1945 when we started or so. So here we go. I don't think we want to increase the terminal font size since we're doing it inside of this sub window that's floating. Or we bring it down to like an 18 terminus. Oh, okay. You should let users choose the jank or the right way. All right, enter username. What's this? Failure. Okay. So username was an issue. Okay. That's fine. Script install error AI root FS. Failed to get canonical path for AI root FS. All right. Clear. Oh, did it dump? Oh, darn it. Yeah. Okay. Couple things here. So reading this, export password equals password 1. Fine. Let's look at password and let's set that up. So we have set Luke's password to Luke's password. Okay. Set password password. There's one thing here where I'm kind of like, so if this is setting password, let's look at this. So here's the options. Arch check, root check, set password. Okay, that's fine. Well, we kind of knew. Yeah, we probably should wait to do any timing before we actually get the script working properly, right? So enter password here, enter username. Why would we read this? And why is this entered here? We already set it at the very beginning. So this is line 533. Okay, we found the error. So let's come back into here. So we set it over here. We export it to password. And then we have another export of the username, do we not? Oh, if we don't, then that's my bad. All right, key maps, locale, disk, and user info. There's username. And convert to lowercase as an issue. Okay, that just converts this. One thing about this, the username. Oh, actually, nah, let's keep it a lowercase. Nah, that's fine. So at 533, we can see the enter of username right here. I like this little if statement. I'll take that. I don't know why this is down here. It's kind of strange. It's like part of the script was tossed in here and then some of it was capped from like, I think it was like capturing the config file. It's just a very odd spot to put it is all. I'm like, interesting. Now there is no more reads in this section. I don't want it to stop in the middle. It needs to be as fast as possible. All right, yeah, that should be fine. So here's our password. And then we have this. We also need to check option yes, no. Is this correct? Yeah, we need to display what the hell is the option before clearing it. Yeah, we'll do that. So we'll do that fix as well. I think it's still going to be broken, but that's okay. So we'll do these loop whiles. We got username. This is username. If, then break, finish, incorrect, that. And then we just do export username. Please enter password. This is already done. I'm not going to do that. All right, then we have the while true, read name of machine, making sure you're using valuable characters. If validation fails, host name is incorrect. You want to save, force, then break, finish. So that's fine. But once name of machine is done, we need to export that out. So export host name. No, that's wrong. It should be name of machine. And if we look at that, we have the name of the machine down here. Okay. Those variable fixes should be good. And man, I also want to get this dump. Is there a way to set font? Man, come on. So on the default set font -- help, let's do an ls of user share kbd console fonts. And what I want to grab here, I think we bring this down to like a 16 in. So like a set font ter v16in, something like that. Although that's still a little too small. I think it's 18 in. That feels a little better. That should consolidate the fonts while making them real legible, while not like jamming them and making them too big. If you have a huge monitor, it would be fine, but not for like a 1080p is what we're making it for. 2 bloat commas after username. That's actually setting it to lowercase. Also, yeah, fixing the yes, no prompt is another thing we need to do. So that's a good one as well. So we're going to fix that. All right. So the big thing with this fix, where's the name of the machine first? Just want to make sure that was good. All right. We have the yes, no's to fix and the font as well. So let's go set font. And we're going to go from an 22B to an 18N. The N font shouldn't take up as much space as the bold font. Although I think the bold font's pretty. Let's see. What do y'all think? Bold or normal? I feel like bold, actually. Let's go bold. Yeah, dropping it by 4 points since it's sitting in a picture in terminal. I think it's good. Bold's pretty readable, especially I'm thinking like 4K monitors. It's going to be pretty damn small. And I think it'll be good. Yeah, bold for sure. I agree. All right, so then we have that. Yes, no is the next one. This should be... Okay, so you have your options. Select option, disk equals that. Echo disk selected. Fine. But the options yes or no. Don't like all these clears. Do we really want to clear these with a logo? I think that's a mistake. So you got the logo timestamp, clear. Okay, so you got the file system run through, clear, logo time zone, clear, key map. I guess that's fine. Clear logo, user info, clear logo, partition, clear logo, file system. All right, so file system disk part. Let's go through each of these functions and make sure the flow works properly so it's not all jacked up and they're like, say yes or no to this. I'm not going to tell you what the actual options are. All this is actually wrong. Perfect. Do we want verification? I feel like verification's needed for formatting. I'm kind of a wild man, and not doing formatting sounds kind of crazy. I could definitely get some hate mail on that. So let's not and say we did. All right. So, gosh. Yeah. So let's go to the yes, no section. So you got that. This is the file system. Oh, God, I hate this. Come on, let's make this more readable. Jeez. Okay. There's logo. I'm not going to touch logo. Select option. See, select option looks sane. So does all this. Okay. Just some formatting issues. File system. Bam. So you do your file system, BetterFS, ext4, Lukes. That gets set. It's exported out. Making sure that the right option's selected. Good. Nothing else going on there. Time zone. It's right here. We have case options. Yes. Is this correct? Is the Echo NE clearing things up? I don't know. Not a chance, Peter. We're getting this done today. Yeah, an update broke it. I'm gonna fix this Arch installer to make it as clean and succinct as possible. Echo commands clear the screen. Okay, so the -N clears that. Interrupt escape sequences with the E option. If you want to clear the screen, you have to use the clear command. I don't. It doesn't feel like it actually grabs this though. And the time zone isn't set. It just says yes or no. The options are super strange here. Look at this. Yeah. I want to actually read it for the user and just have them select it from a menu. The whole idea is to make this as easy as possible for users. Take the Linux out of Linux. I know it sounds like sacrilege, but you never know. Good to hear about SyncThane. Such a good piece of software. That's equally courageous and foolish. It's fine. Let's look at the select option function. I feel like there's like a clear or something in here. That's it. There is a clear. I was about to say, man, this seems jank. And yeah, perfect. That should finish the clearing that just out of nowhere. I was like, why is that clearing? Old Jippity screwed us. It's okay though. It got us a pretty good menu, I think. Except here. I'm not sure what's going to happen with this on the options side of things. I feel like we need to do like a listing format instead of per line, but something to try out. I kind of want to see if the scroll works in that window. And then if not, we might do some type of listing format. That sounds horrible. Taking the fun out of Linux. I know. What file system do you recommend? Honestly, ext4 is fine. I love it. I love ext4. Yeah, I mean, the case could have been cleaned up a little bit too. I think we're ready for our next run. I don't think it's going to go, but you never know. Weirder things have happened. I feel like I'm missing something. Just doing another breeze through the code, seeing if there's anything sticking out. I've chopped so much of this code down. To think I've taken 5 or 6 SH scripts and condensed them into one, and we're only at 600 lines. It's kind of wild. All right, let's do it. Let's do it to it. All right, more seas of red happening. We're cleaning things up, adding a couple indents, some more readability, just completely removing redundant code. All right, update ArchTitus. Just directly committing to main. Here we go. I don't always push to prod, but I do when it's late at night. CrowdStrike, I'm hiring. You can hire me. Oh God, NTFS can go die in a fire. Oh, I hate it. I hate it so much. Oh my gosh. Is Cursor good? Sally, I was kind of going back and forth on the fence about Cursor, but as I've used it more and I pay the $20 a month for it, I'm actually okay with it because it has once like GPT and Sonnet and all the other ones kind of entered in and they all became relatively good. I mean, they all hallucinate and screw up your code, so don't just use them blindly. However, it's really neat to switch between all of them because depending on what I'm doing, I will go for one or the other. Like, I know Sonnet is amazing for like straight up low level programming languages. So much better than GPT in every respect. And I can flip between them really easily. All part of the Cursor stuff. So it's great. And it's basically VS Code with LLMs. You realize you're breaking my heart not using Vim, right? No, I'm sorry. I'll be back. It's just a side quest. All right, pre-release should be popping up any second. There it is. Once this goes through, we get our green checkbox. We can jump back and try it out again. Write your own file system in Rust. Man, you'd have to be a true Chad to do that. You know that you could integrate that AI nonsense into Vim, right? Yeah, I know. I already got like Copilot and crap over there too. Do you think it is NFS or something in Windows that is causing random Windows corruption that keeps popping up on Windows as a sysadmin? I have calls almost weekly now with that popping up. Corruption. I mean, it could be if your users are just powering off your computer. NTFS journaling is historically terrible in that regard. However, if it keeps corrupting even after it, I would probably look and do a check on the smart of the hard drive and just make sure you don't have sector corruption or something of that nature. If it's still like the same systems over and over, I would probably lean towards the hardware, like the hard drive going out. You can also turn write caching off first. Yeah, LoadJack makes a good point here too. Write caching, whenever something like a hard power off happens and it's in the cache, it'll corrupt. So by disabling write caching, you never have that problem. So it doesn't matter if they basically just go power off. It still matters. It's not good, but if write caching's off, it's actually a lot better. You have way less corruption. The downside to turning off write caching is you do lose a little bit of performance. So that's the downside. But if it's like a business computer and you're just tired of getting support tickets, just turn that off. Just turn off write caching. Be like, hey, you're an idiot. Just here, I'm going to idiot proof this machine. It might be a little slower, but at least he can't break it. I think you're fine. I think you'd be fine. All right, here we go. Oh, no. Let's go up. And here we go. One more run. Arch Linux. Arch server setup. Titus. Oh, crap. Messed that up. So Titus. I thought that would be password. So where's my password prompt? That was weird. Please select the option. Enter. Is this correct? Oh, I see why the clear option exists. Oh, that's neat. Okay. Yes. That's why. Oh, man. That's funny. Okay. American Chicago. Yes. That actually fits the whole page. That's kind of cool. Yes. So the clear option, I need to find a more elegant way of pushing through all that. Hey, ProMaster, haven't been here in ages. Oh, man. Yeah, I haven't been doing too many late night streams. Today, during the day stream, we were working on migrating ArchTitus into the Linux Toolbox. And I just didn't finish, and I just didn't like where it left off. And I was like, you know what? Let's do a night stream. I really want to get this done. Proceed anyway, yes. Cyrix, thanks for the tier 1, man. All right, so we got that. And failure. Temporary LinUtil scripts. Arch setup script line 611. No such file or directory. That is okay, actually. If we look on 611... Oh, how close were we? ArchTitus. Let's take a peek. So you copy the script directory right here to mount ArchTitus. I don't think this is... What's going on there? All right, that seems silly to me. Script dir. Let's double check that. 413 is the line number. Keep that in our heads. And it's never called, never used. It's just failing. Okay. Next up, ArchTitus. Where else? Okay. So then we got 552. We're adding the user. Copy home ArchTitus username, chown, username to ArchTitus. ArchTitus copied. None of that needs to happen. We're setting all the username and stuff. That's great. Next up, script home. Let's get rid of that. ArchTitus, cd into it or exit. Delete that, because you're not really ever needing to grab that. However, during this installation of the CyberRE, you have the themes, you're setting this, you're creating the directory, but we don't have the theme for CyberRE. How am I going to do that? What is the most elegant way of doing it? Gosh, darn it. All right. We were close on that one, though. That was really good. GitHub. Oh, man. Look at this guy. He hosting it for us. Great. All right. Best way to pull all this down. You're still going. I'm not finishing. We're not stopping until we have a fully automated Arch installer that installs Arch in less than 120 seconds. Period. We'll not stop streaming until that happens. We're close. We're very close. Now, I need to make sure I set the grub bootloader to be themed out with CyberRE. This is of paramount importance. I know it adds a little bit of time onto the install. Probably about 4 or 5 seconds. But to me, having a themed grub is of the utmost importance. And you might be thinking, Titus, you're doing a server install. Why do you want a themed grub? Because it looks cool. There's one thing you should know about me by now. There's certain things I do just because it looks cool. Yeah, no sleep until Arch install. It's totally what's happening. We need a drunk stream again. Well, I mean, I did have a beer earlier. It was non-alcoholic, though. 0.5% alcohol. It's about all I can take these days. All right. How do we want to pull this down? Can we pull a specific directory? Maybe. This is so close. So close. We have a couple things I want to fix here. So let's come back. First up, the options. I will go change this. Let's go to set option. The menu, we got to rework just a tad. It's good. It's so close. but just a quick change for the select option. So we're going to take the select option here. I have important text above the menu select option. I can't use clear, but the menu will be replicated if I do not. How do I fix this question? Cheat mode. To prevent the menu from being replicated using clear, you can use ANSI escape codes to move the cursor and overwrite the previous menu. Here's an updated your thing using it. Yeah, you see why I'm on VS Code now. Damn straight. I mean, eat your heart out, Stack Overflow. This is just next level. Although, you know, I don't know if this is going to work or not. It seems way too simple of a fix, but it might work. Look at that. It's such a basic fix, but I really like it. So it's just using ANSI escape codes to move the cursor and overwrite the previous menu. I didn't know that was really a thing. Oh, we were kind of doing that before, but with a little bit nuance to it. Oh, I like it. Well then, perfect, done. All right, so that's the replication menu issue. The next issue is how are we going to get this crap down from CyberRE? What do you think about BMW? It's an expensive car that I'll never buy. Yeah, ASCII to the rescue. I love it. Ha, drummer. I did. I made it back. I never make it back. I don't know how many streams I've been in and be like, I'll be back in an hour. And then everybody's like, yeah, okay, Titus. And I never make it back. But I was like, no, I'm going to make it back. I went after dinner. I laid down for just like 5 seconds and I was like, uh-oh, I better start streaming again. Otherwise I'm going to pass out. It's like, all right, I'm coming back. Let's get it done. The script will be done. The cool thing is once I get in front of the computer, I'm good for like 12 hours. So I know we got at least 12 hours in us before I have to, go on a bathroom break or something. Are there Stack Overflow as my co-pilot stickers out there yet? That's a good one. Oh, poor Stack Overflow. They got dunked on, man. Could you imagine? I feel bad for them. Because, I mean, all these LLMs were trained on Stack Overflow. They weren't even, like, denying it either. They're like, well, we just use the internet. What public knowledge available to train our stuff on stuff. I'm like, yeah, okay, so you use Stack Overflow. Gotcha. Poor Stack Overflow. I think OpenAI bought them out. Let's go. Can I clone a subdirectory? I just don't know how to do this. How do I clone a subdirectory in Git? I'm gonna give it such a weird command. We'll see what it comes up with. I just wanted to write some funky code. Can I clone a subdirectory in Git? Let's feed it directly into here. So we're gonna clone a subdirectory in Git from this address and put the files directly into the theme directory. Now, this just looks stupid. Like, what's happening here? Yeah, that's just dumb. Yeah, so we're gonna do this. Yeah, let's just delete. Yeah, it's dumb. Let's just do that. Yeah, we'll just make the directory CyberRE, creating theme directory, do backup grub config. Sure. Set the theme. Whatever. Grub theme that. etc grub theme directory. I get you. That's why they were doing theme directory. So if we look, I mean, I have been cutting so much here. We might even get under 600 lines on this code, which is hilarious. Let's go cd etc grub. Now let's go boot, actually. Grub. cd themes. So we got nothing there, but if you go CyberRE, you got the theme and all these. This is the structure we need. So that's boot, grub, theme, CyberRE. You get this We're making a backup of it. That's fine. Then we echo the grub theme directory, theme.that directly into etc default grub, like so. And let's see what else we have. Then we update grub directly. So then the big thing is, how do we deposit that? Can I clone this subdirectory from this specific, I host this theme directly on GitHub and put the files directly into theme directory? So let's, now that we've kind of reorganized the code, let's see if it reads it. All right. So it's going to do that, make the directory, cd into the directory, get in it. Okay. That's what we do. I like it. Okay. So this is kind of interesting. So you navigate into the theme directory. Bam. Why is it? It's probably wanting like a or exit. And then initialize a Git repository. Then you add the remote depository. It seems a little odd. Why wouldn't you just do a Git clone? That seems stupid, actually. Why would they do it this way? Oh, so you don't clone the entire thing. I get it. I get it. Okay, okay. There is a method to the madness to the machine. That's cool. All right. So what you're doing is you're initializing the Git. You're adding the remote, so it ties it to there, but it's an empty directory. So then you do a sparse checkout under the Git config. Then you define the directory to check out. Oh, that's cool. So then we're not grabbing the whole Git. We're just grabbing a specific subdirectory inside of it and echoing it directly into that. That's wild. And then we just pull them down and move the files to the correct location to that one. And then we just simply clean it up. Wow. That's cool. Clone the theme. That is definite some shenanigans going on there, but I dig it so much. We need to make sure Git's installed first, though. Instead of doing this, why not add a placeholder to run your script for the, like a bash curl repo? This is an automated script gaming winner. So when we do the entire one, there's like 10 files in this subdirectory. But that top 5 bootloaders theme has 5 other bootloaders that we'd be downloading along with a setup script. And you don't want to run a setup script inside of an automated setup script because that setup script's interactive. So obviously that's going to cause all kinds of shenanigans on top of taking a lot longer because then we're cloning and grabbing all files. The cool thing about this specific way of doing it is we're doing initialization of Git. Then we're specifying a sparse checkout, so it only grabs the theme that I want, and then it's just directly feeding it into the script. Yeah, it's really neat. I love that idea. We'll see. We'll see how it works. The big thing here is I need to make sure that Git is installed. So where is the best spot to grab that? Probably towards the beginning. So we have the curl. We have refactor, resync, grub, arch install scripts, and Git. So Git's already there. We're good. Do we put an FL statement on Git just in case it does fail? I don't think we need to, but it couldn't hurt. I'm kind of on the fence on this one. I feel like you should have some error handling here just in case Git doesn't get installed, but Git should always get installed. I mean, crap. It's hosted on GitHub, so if you can't grab Git, then I don't know. So we have what? Instead of etc and boot for grub, you should use mnt etc, not no. So this is after. Yeah, let me step you through the script real fast. So you do have. Let's start from the beginning, from the beginning of time. Here we go. So let's go through this 600-line script. It kind of help as a refresher just to kind of walk through. So you launch the script. We're in LinUtil, right? It opens up the submenu. We have to launch the script within an ISO of Arch Linux. It checks for the packstrap bin file, which only exists on Arch Linux ISOs. So there's like, okay, you're in an Arch Linux ISO. Boom. Next step. We're defining a couple functions here, just doing checks, making sure we're going through, we're root, all the things, which you should be if you're on an Arch ISO, but for whatever reason, if they're doing something else, then you go on. The select options are menu that we'll be using shortly. The logo, we got to have the logo. ArchTitus logo, yes, please. And then we're setting the file system up. We're setting our time system or time zone. Oh, and before I forget, set password. You know what? I don't like something. We're going to change this function. Okay, time zone. We got our key map. All right. Then we have our SSD drive questions. I don't know if we even need that. I think we added that because there was some kind of issue on ArchTitus. I don't know if we actually need to say if zeta SSD. I think I removed it, but I'm going to leave that section in there just for now. All right, so then we have the disk part. So we are partitioning right here, selecting the disk, select option, user info. So enter username, bam, done. Then we're going to do password, re-enter password, checked if it's done. Error passwords do not go. Yeah. So let's do break. Well, let's do a while loop right here. While true, do, and then we're going to take this. Don't worry. I know what you're about to say. I'm about to fix that. Password equals password 1. Done. This is where the break should be. And there we go. Okay. So now we have the password in the proper spot. It was bugging me that you went username, host name, and then it did the password down here in like a different function. I was like, that's stupid. User info should always be username, password, and then host name, name of the machine. And then we go through all that. All right, great. So we set all our settings, checks, got that, set the optimal mirrors. We do our reflector. So we're grabbing the latest mirrors and any kind of dependencies, specifically like GPT fdisk, BetterFS progs, and then we set and partition everything accordance to everything. So we're doing the format of the disks. Oh, man, I don't like. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. That's fine. Creating the sub volumes if it is a BetterFS disk. Mount all sub volumes. Then we got our sub volume setups. Yeah. Okay. So we're flying through. We're doing good. Then we do that. We mounting all the drives and disks. Make sure, hey, is it all mounted? If it doesn't, it's just going to reboot, kill. Then we do the pack strap, adding all the stuff into all the mounted folders. This is like the base of all of Arch Linux. We're adding the Ubuntu key server here to the GPG just because it's actually kind of nice in Arch, just as a backup, because the key servers in Arch have not been historically all that great. And I like just having an extra one for Ubuntu. Then we have mirror list, where we're copying our existing one from doing the reflector into our install, so we're not having to do it twice. We generate the FS tab. Then we do the BIOS bootloader, where we're installing Grub. And this is a little workaround tweak for low memory systems. Apparently there was a bug in Arch. I don't know if this is needed anymore, but we went ahead and added it just in case. And then network setup, just switching from system D network to network manager. And then optimal servers right here. This, I think it was right after the pack strap. I believe we enter into the install somewhere in here, right? Where is that? I might have. Yeah, I might have. So you generate the fstab, bam. There's that. Do the Grub bootloader menu. And then we should be jumping into the install right in here. That's not right. If you're ready to boot, how many pull-ups if it gets over 120 seconds? I got it. 120. Do a pull-up for every second over 120 seconds. How's that? But it's not gonna. Yeah, we're going to get under 120 seconds. Swap on. We got it. It's right here. We should be entering into the... So then you have... So by this time, we're definitely in. You would think we'd have that... what is it? CH root or... God bless. Drawing a blank. Because after packstrap, then you generate... This is about where you should be doing like an arch CH root, right? Once that's done, proc mem total, boom, boom, boom. We have MMT, that's good, that's good. And then right here, we should be straight up in. So we should see this. There's got to be something I missed. I missed something here. As I was walking through that, I was like, something's off. It didn't feel right in my bones. Let's go right here. So we got this setup script directory. What else we got going on? Arch CH root on that. Yeah, that's what's up. So we should have an arch CH root right there. And then does not equal. Oh, that's strange. Okay. And then arch CH root MNT. That's fine. Post setup. Yeah. I see what I was doing. And then the log file. Okay. Not a lot I was missing here, but that arch CH root is absolutely needed. I was like, wait a second. There should be an arch CH root right after this. And there wasn't. And I'm like, okay. So that should work. Then we got our basics. Then we're setting up this, making sure everything's set for the make. So whenever you do build from source, it'll be fast. It'll use all your threads. Compression will actually be decent. Set up locales, password, parallel management, and then we're just reconfiguring Pacman to not suck, because by default it sucks really, really bad. I don't know why they don't do parallel downloads by default. Maybe they are now, because that seems like a massive oversight. And then we have microcode installations, graphics drivers, adding our users that were set up. That's good. I don't know why that was needed. I don't see any copies to like .local boot. I mean, I've done this configuration a lot. So it seems like that just got tossed in somewhere. I mean, it's not, I don't think it really matters, but at the same time, I'm like, I don't think we need to do that. So if you're looking through, yeah, that's all gravy. All right, now moving on. So then we got our grub install happening directly on if it's an EFI. If it's not an EFI, the grub install actually happens back here. So when you look back at the startup, if not, grub install right here. So if it's not a UEFI install, it happens right here. Else, it'll packstrap and just add the EFI boot manager and wait till we do the arch CH root in, and then we do it down here. Once that's done, walking through, it's checking for lukes. And then we're doing the CyberRE with our little get trick that we just added. So we can do that. Enable essential services, NTP, network time protocol, DHCP, disabled. Switching over to, we could probably combine those, but whatever. Enable network manager, and then enabling the Plymouth boot splash. Yeah, that's silly. That is silliness. No. All right. Then we have file system lukes, udev, mkinit cpio, hooks. That's fine. I don't think we need to do, actually, shoot. Let me look at that one more time. User share Plymouth themes, Arch Glow. That's kind of a cool configuration. It seems a little excessive. I think I'm gonna take it out. Yeah, I'm gonna remove it. mkinit, CPIO, and Debian systems. It should be on there, isn't it? It is not NeoVim. It's Cursor. So then we clean up everything. Removing pseudo rights. I don't think. Well, not that big. And then replacing the same state. Okay. All right. That was actually really informative. So someone, whoever was in chat goes, hey, this theme does not exist. Please fix it. What theme was that? Oh, and DWM. Oh, okay. Oh, the Plymouth Splash. Oh, well, I just removed the whole damn thing. So I'm just going to be like, eh. I mean, it's like a cool little Arch logo that would glow for Plymouth Splash. So it's totally a cosmetic thing on boot. I may add it back in at some point, but right now it's like just super fluff. That's not really important at all. So we got the cleaning happening. I love this. I think this is a good commit. I think we're getting really close to it. So just reorg here, changing that. This is another ArchTitus update. Fix menu. And then we have, so we're doing a fix menu, reorder password after username. Then we have fixing that up. Using arch root, which was missing before. Actually, we'll just call it missing. Arch root fix. A little more cleanup. And then also we are doing, I should have done more commits. On each one of these, this should have been like 4 or 5 commits. I'm still such an idiot in this regard. So technically I should have been doing commit after each one of these big fixes, but it's fine. Git clone grub theme, removing Plymouth. Remove Plymouth theme. And I think that should be good. So instead of using like an ArchTitus directory like I was in like this clone, everything's like self-contained. Much cleaner way of doing it with like out having like loose files and stuff like that. I dig it. So we'll push this out and come on over to actions. Watch it play. AI bribed him to VS Code. I know. They did. They really did. All right, let's go back here. Where's LinUtil, actually? LinUtil. Well, here's the split, actually, if you guys are talking. There we go. The current split of coding. 37% NeoVim, 63%. Old Jippity got me. Those sweet, sweet LLMs. So you can actually see the different coding activity I've done. PowerShell, C, Bash, Lua, C#. Maybe Rust will pop up in here one day. We're not there yet, though. So that's the current split we have. Now let's check LinUtil and see how these actions are doing. Oh, man, you guys are having some deep conversational thoughts. It's too late for me to have deep conversational thoughts. More Windows than Linux, unacceptable. Oh, yeah. I went on some crazy rant at the beginning of the stream. You probably would not have liked that rant. It was about money, really about money. How Linux, it's hard to make money in Linux. It really is. I feel for a lot of Linux developers out there. They just have to do it from just straight passion, where Windows and Mac, they just pour money on you as a developer. And it's just, I don't know how Linux can retain any talent, to be honest. It's just, people just have to love Linux for what it is. That's where everything is. It's all passion, with very little incentive behind it when it comes to any monetary incentive, I should say. Yeah, Linux is a passion, not a bill payer. But the cool thing is you can use Linux to learn so many really cool things that are just incredible. You can grab so many skills that will pay you in every operating system. So that should be said. Yeah, you're going to yell at that one. We'll see. I was a little unhinged at the start of the stream. I'm definitely starting to mellow out as we hit hour number 7. You know? All right. We got our new... Did that build? I guess we should check to make sure we got a new release. Assets. 1 hour ago. 1 minute ago. All right. I love how the size of the file is still so minimal. That's really cool. All right, here we go. ArchTitus. Arch server setup. Titus. Test Arch. Enter. Select. Ah, okay. Good to know. Please select option and arrow keys need to come above. Something to do. ext4. Is your time zone, is this correct? Yes. US. Okay. Slight bug there with the readout, but that's okay. Oh yeah, I've already done the APIT AI roast of your GitHub profile. I love it. I think I actually posted it. If you go back on my Twitter timeline, I posted it there. I think it was like a week or two ago. Is this script written in Bash? Yeah, ping. Bash is kind of my jam. So I dig that. All right, creating file systems. Proceed anyways. Wait, contains ext4. Oh, okay. Saying, hey, there's already a file system here. You're going to wipe it out. Okay. So then we got this. Grub menu. Oh, so close. SDDM does not exist. NTPD doesn't exist. Close. Very, very close. Couple little catches there. However, SDDM doesn't exist because there's no dependencies or anything for it. However, I think this will boot. I think we got close enough to where this will actually boot. Let's see. Here we go. Okay, maybe not. And nope. That was a lie. Okay. Cool. Let's just go here. Yeah. Oh, push that down. Apply. Man. Okay. Just gonna give this force reset. Should give us. Oh no, it didn't. What happened here? Ah. Yeah. Apply. Give me the Arch install media again. It was close. It was close. If you don't finish it within an hour, oh God, bless no. It might take another one. PR rewrite this in C#. Oh my gosh. That'd be cool. I mean, I like C#. I know it gets a lot of hate, but I really do like C#. It makes a lot more sense to me than Rust. I don't know why. Because I don't really remember much of my programming back in the C++ days, but when I see C# and I'm working on it and I run into errors, I'm able to overcome those errors a lot easier than Rust, where I look at Rust and I'm like, this looks like a foreign language. It just is so weird. So I don't really understand. I haven't gotten Rust yet. I really haven't. I'm like a good 8-9 chapters in my Rust book. I've been working on my project, which is written in Rust. A lot of PRs have come in. I've seen rewrites, and I see a lot of code, and I get a lot of it. I understand the concepts, but when I actually look at the code and I'm coding in Rust, I'm just scratching my head going, I don't get it. Yeah. I've been doing the exercises and stuff. So I get it. I know there's a lot of Rust lovers out there, but I don't know what it is. With C#, a lot of times I just can see it. I understand the code almost immediately, and it just makes way more sense to me. And when I look at Rust code and I see new code come in, I'm like, what the hell's going on here? This is weird. So, still a lot of work to do in the Rust realm. And I don't understand why everyone wants to move to Rust. I still think C is a better language. I just can't get over the recent, people everything needs to be Rust. I mean, I'm definitely on board with the whole everything's Rust thing as a noob, and it's something new and fun to learn. Just as I get into it, I'm just like, how's this better? I mean, I get the whole memory thing. There's no garbage collector and all that, but it's just weird. Like all variables being immutable, strange. And like I said, it just hadn't clicked yet. Yeah, I think it will. Rust, the easy stuff is okay, but the hard stuff is hard. I think it's definitely hard to hear. I think there's definitely a larger learning curve for sure. Because it feels like C, I was able to just really pick up and start doing stuff. Where Rust, I start getting in, and then as soon as we start hitting something mild, I mean, I would just call it intermediate. I wouldn't call it hard or even expert. It was just random menus. And you're like, huh, that's what it's supposed to look like? All right. Weird. So that's kind of where I'm at. When's Nick's Titus? Soon. Maybe I'll do it after ArchTitus. NixTitus, we already have part of that written. The cool thing is I have all these repos to go back and basically rob and update and then put them in Linux utility. I think it'd be so much fun to put them all into one utility where I'm like, I have all these different Linux things kind of scattered to the wind, and it's hard to keep up with that many repos. I have just too many repos. So I want to kind of archive a bunch of these after I bring them into Linux utility and have them all just right there. That way it's easier to update and maintain. There's a ton of good stuff in Rust like ripgrep. Yeah, there's a ton of really cool stuff, and there's a way more talented community for sure of different things I've seen written in Rust. But yeah, it's a hard one to pick up. I'm definitely saying that. I'm waiting for it to be distro agnostic. Well, it will be. It will be, Alex, for sure. All right. What was our problem here? It didn't make it screwed up the entire boot. Oh, and SDDM did not get installed. Do we even care about SDDM? Do we want to do SDDM? I feel like that's kind of a moot point. Check this script for errors and why it didn't install bootloader. We'll just go the lazy man way. Yep. Key sections. Sure the disk and partition variables are set correctly? Yeah, they are. Grub installation, check the conditions to install grub. Suggested debug steps and error handling. I mean, we could put those in. Sure. Oh, well. Why would it run that in bash? Odd. Start X. Yeah, X in it. LA Display Manager's cool, Ping. Super lightweight. I'm really digging Go. Rust makes my head hurt. Hell, I'm glad I'm not the only one. Yeah, I think we'll just take out SDDM for now. The whole reason was to have an agnostic login manager, one that could select Hyperland or DWM. But honestly, we can do that for each individual one. So like when we set up DWM, we could check to make sure, hey, what display manager are they using? And then use it and configure it to just use whichever one you're using. So that's fine. NTPD needs to be installed, which if we look at Pacman, NTPD, set font. Let's go. You think that you could do up? All right, well. Pacman, SY, NTPD. Yeah, that's a... No, there's no NTPD. Just MPT. Yeah, that's what I thought. All right. So during our package installer up here, let's see what we have. So we have reflector, git, grub, arch install. I wonder why I broke these up into two. Oh, because I was installing reflector and that grabs from here. I feel like, yeah, whatever. NTP. Okay. That's all good. Still doesn't fix our grub bootloader issue. You think it's not elevating? That also could be an issue. No, because there's no password prompt here. I do feel like there is a missing link here. Under that setup script, I'm going to check one thing on ArchTitus as I consolidate more of it. I think archtitus.sh. And there's really not much there. I think there's something under this. Let's look at this one setup. So this one starts right at Network Manager. Yeah, that's exactly where I started it. Huh. Frustrating. So let's backtrack through here. We'll just go lsblk. I can see all the different ones that were created. We will do a sudo. Oh, you don't need a sudo. Mount dev VDA 3 to MNT. Mount dev VDA 2 to MNT boot. So let's go into MNT to LS. Everything looks good there. Let's go arch ch root into MNT. No bash. Well, that could be a problem. Okay. And yeah, why wouldn't I have bash here? A base devil, nano, Linux key ring, libnut, bash. Yeah, that's what I'm like. It's kind of weird. Cursor is basically just a copy of VS Code with like LLM integrations. If you want to just keep VS Code, I would use, I think it's Continue extension, and you can manually plug in like your APIs for GPT and all the other LLMs. I think maybe that bash being messed up like that kind of probably could screw us. So if we go to boot, oh, there's nothing here. And this should be, let's see, what do we do? OS information. What do we install this as? Yeah, it's UEFI. So if it's UEFI, what this should be doing, if we look at our commands, we're just going to manually run them, see if there's any errors. Right here, we have EFI boot manager. This stuff, I don't know if this, nah, I shouldn't have messed with anything. Got that, locale and all that good jazz. The big thing that's missing is this right here. So if we look at that, oh, it's not gonna let me paste that, but grub install EFI directory equals boot. Cannot find EFI directory. Yeah, that's the problem. Okay. I thought we did there should be, there's the MK in it. Where's the make config? Do we not have the make config file? Grub. Okay, there it is. But the grub install should happen before make config. Am I not in arch root? Okay, so we have the boot directory. So if we go arch root mnt. We're in root. Bin bash, no such file or directory. Oh, I'm such an idiot. Okay. That's such a... Okay. Bash. Let's look at bash. You'll see. So I'm pack strapping it here, but I didn't pack strap it there. So weird. So I was missing... So pack strap mnt bash. And then if I try to do a arch root mount, now it's in there. Isn't bash a dependency of these stuff? Anyways. All right. ls command not found. What the F? Okay, something's amiss. Something is a big miss here. These are pretty basic dependencies. I screwed something up. Base and base devil. Something happened. So pack, like when you do a pack strap base, I think you can pack strap mnt base devil. That should include, doesn't include bash, but it should include a lot. This did not get run. My thing is, why didn't it though? So arch root mnt ls, see now the commands are there. That's definitely one of the things that happened. Why? We're importing ArchTitus into the Linux utility to do less than 120-second install of Arch. Bash is not needed. I gotta tell you. Well, I mean, we'll go ahead and leave it there, I guess. Something happened with this command. I guarantee it. There's probably a command in here that just did not. One, wget, is it even being used? It isn't. Why are we doing that? libnut. Why is that there? I bet you. libnut. What's libnut for? There's so much questions I have. Why did I do this? Libnut is such a weird dependency. Why? We'll find out. So base devil, Linux LTS firmware, vim nano, sudo, arch Linux, keyring, bash. I think that covers the bases. That should work. And then we generate the FS tab. Did the generation of the FS tab even work? Let's take a look at that. So if we come over into our VM, we go over into etc, list, vim, what is it? FS tab. It did not generate an FS tab. And I guarantee you, oh, wait. This is ArchISO. All right, chroot mnt. Now let's go over to etc listing. Yeah, vim, fs tab, vim not found. That command just bombed out. I think it was a dependency like that libnut crap or whatever it was. I bet you that was it. Generation of fs tab did work. The one was root EFI label with proper. Yeah, that looks good actually. Cool. Yeah, I think what happened there, Nara girl, is exactly what you said. I think what happened was there was an erroneous package in that libnut, and that was causing issues. Now, let's come over into here. You can see we've gotten rid of wget and libnut. Wget's not needed. We're not using it. There's no reason to packstrap that. Really, you should only packstrap the absolute necessities. And that's basically just bash, the keyring, your editors, sudo, the kernel, and then the base. And there's no reason to add anything else. And if we need anything else, we could add it down here. So let's say we wanted that wget, because honestly, wget's a good thing. And typically it is used in the distribution or your lifespan of Linux sometime. So I would probably come down a little bit to our package installs. Where am I using Pacman? I want to say it's a little bit after. Nope. Already to the end. Where are you at, Pacman? There's our graphics microcode. It should be right in here. Okay. Yeah. The one thing about this, whatever. We'll just put it right here. And we'll save it out. Let's push this live. Run it again. One more time. Well, there's probably going to be about 3 or 4 more runs. ArchTitus update. This one, we are fixing packstrap. SDDM is not used. And that is it. So pretty basic push and pull. Man, what a beating. We're getting there, though. I think it's going to be nice. When I'm finished with it, it's going to be great. It's going to be amazing. So we'll let this build. Once it releases, we'll wipe out everything. I think what I'm going to do, we've already established this wipes out things properly, but do lsblk, sg disk, dev, vda, or let's go f. Oh, it switched it to G disk. Oh, hell, let's just use F disk. I like FDs. Wait, no? CG disk. Okay, there we go. I was like, man, I'm just going to manually delete these two. Let's write that out. All right. So now if we look, oh, oops. Yeah. So now we have a blank disk. Ready to roll. Ready to roll. You can remove sudo from packstrap because it's already included in base devil, right? Yeah, that's true. Like sudo and bash honestly should be there. I think what happened was prior runs, I never unmounted or rebooted the ISO or the system, and the mount points were already there. So when it went to packstrap it, it was already like, what are you doing? Everything's already there, and it didn't wipe it out properly. And I feel like it being mounted in the prior packstrap, it couldn't properly format, hence like the same issue we just ran into. And I think that's what's causing a lot of, it's not necessarily what's wrong with the script. I think nothing was wrong with the script. I think it probably would have worked. Anywho, I will double check. Those additions were fine. We just released this 1 minute ago. Come back into here. We're going to curl it. How long ago did I curl this? Oh no, I should have just typed it in. It's too late. We're almost on the other side. We got to go. Oh, we ran out. We ran out of history. Oh man, that was funny. All right. I was like, we're almost there. It's always a fallacy, I tell you. All right. There we go. What happened? What? Oh, the JQ command's not. Yeah, I'm going to have to change this around a little bit so we don't have a J. Oh, actually, it's not going to matter because we're not going to be using JQ when we do start. It's just really for the dev branch that matters. So, all right, hold on to your butts. Let's do it. We're going to do it. ext4. Oh, we still got to fix that duplicative line. Is that correct? Yes, US. Here we go. Setting up mirrors. The mirrors really eats up most of the 2 minutes, I think. The neat thing about the Toolbox, too, is we have the Rust base, so we can make it look like anything we want. Like, this is straight up TTY on a console, but when we run it on a box, we can make it look really pretty. So it does a lot of really cool stuff. You see that /MNT not mounted. I think we're missing some mount points. Yeah, we'll see. I think we still got a problem. Maybe, maybe not. What the hell's going on here? Okay. So, does show there. I'm just going to do a listing of boot before rebooting. Man, that didn't work. Yeah. Okay. I don't need to reboot. We got a mount issue. So right here, man, I just feel like dumping all this crap right here. This low memory systems. Where's the mount of MNT happening? Because this is messed up. So you got root, partition 3. Oh, God. Just want to kill it. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Parv. I'm going to get this thing before the night is over. So you got recursive, MNT, umount. All right. First, make sure everything is there. Like, okay. Set up mirrors. Bam. Done that. This is silly. It's just stupid. So if directory doesn't exist, MNT, then make the directory. I also feel like, let's find that umount. So it does do a recursive umount right here. All right. We're labeling EFI boot root. It's fine. We have the disk set. It does partition and mount these things properly. Part probe. It's just not. Reread partition to ensure it's correct. Okay, fine. Create the file systems. So here's this, and here's this. Create subvolumes. Unmount root to remount with subvolume. So under ext4, this is the most easy setup, right? We're doing a format right here of the EFI. We got ext4 for the root. Then you're just mounting it. That's about as simple as it gets. So what happened? Why is it like that? It just does not like this code. 1, 2, 3. Did you set the mount point, the variable from old code, mount options? Oh, I don't think. Yeah, this was. So ArchTitus was failing before, probably. That's fine. I'll get it. Sometimes you just got to stare at the problem until it fixes itself. I get it. So it's not mounting MNT before the pack strap happens, or pack strap's failing altogether. So right here, it should mount it, which it does mount MNT. And then we make this right here, mount path MNT boot EFI. So if we look, it should have the mount boot EFI parameter in there. If we look, okay, so this is this. So if we go, we can't chroot in, but we can go into the MNT. Let's just do a tree boot. Oh, oops, no. I'm sorry. I'm having Windows brain. There's no tree command, is there? Ah, geez. Just ls into boot. Yeah, there's nothing. No file or directory. Yeah. The old Titus worked fine, but had NVIDIA driver issues. This should solve almost all that. We're stripping out all the extra bloat and junk that was in ArchTitus. This is just going to be like a good base system, then you can build whatever you want on top of it. We'll make options to build other stuff. But the big thing is just setting up the base system and then be like, oh, okay, just rerun LinUtil and then be like, I want DWM or I want Plasma or I want Hyperland, whatever it is. And then just be like, okay, there we go. And honestly, they're just going to be like the stuff I use. It's not going to be like everything. Yeah, let's see. I'll go BSLK. We have that. There's nothing in it though. Like you look at ls mnt boot, there's nothing. ls mnt, there's there. So it literally is failing by the time it hits here. So that tells me this command is problematic. This command. So what we'll do is some type of error correction or error handling. The weird thing is maybe it's just taking a long time to mount. Is that a thing? Is there a delay after? I mean, I don't think I had that issue when I was doing ArchTitus, but it could be. Yeah, I think what I'll do is, then we add error handling to make sure MNT mounts before proceeding. Oh, I don't like that. That's a cool one. I've never actually used the mount point -q command. Has anybody done that? So mount point dash q mnt boot. Oh, that's weird. Okay. That's kind of neat. I like that little mount point command. If no mount point q mnt, then error failed to mount. Instead of exiting, can we give it a delay? Try to add a sync before the make directory. Oh, I like that idea. That's a good one. Thank you, Nara. Instead of a delay, I think a sync would be in order. Yeah. So right here for the mount, we add a sync. I think the sync would be enough of a delay on its own. I want to just call this direct. I mean, we could also do a retry logic for that, but I think a sync should be enough, because if you are over here, let's say you go sync, we could try BetterFS as well. I'm just using ext4 here. On my home system, shoot, I don't even remember. What am I over here? What are we using? ext4. That's what I thought. Yeah, very basic setup over here. Just ext4. 2 partitions, a root and a home, and that's it. And then obviously my EFI partition. All right. Is it as simple as a sync, you think? Just, that feels too simple. I kind of want to just do this to verify, just as, oh, oops. I don't know. Just to give me while MQ not there, greatest retries, retrying 5 seconds. I think this is not needed and it should skip all of it. Frankly, giving 5 retries is a little ridiculous. I think we're gonna just do, this whole thing's kind of ridiculous with a while loop. Kind of like, I like it. It's kind of like a neat, geez, what? Keep fat fingering that. I think I've been using my inside PC a little bit too much. All right. I think we just error out. I don't want it to try and install a bunch of crap if it's not mounted. And then the other issue we're having too is the menu. If we look at the set options menu, there's one other bug in here that I wanted to work through. It's right here, set options. So this gets repeated when cursor moves. Okay, that should be good. All right, now that is enough to fix it up. Let's give it another whirl. ArchTitus update. This update we were working through, fixing menu repetition for a question, and then also fixing MNT mount point with error handling. I want it to exit if MNT doesn't mount right away and it goes right into it. The sync, I think, should take care of it, but if it doesn't, I want it just to be like, I'm done. This is a failure, and then just exit. So we could try like that fancy do while loop. I just think the sync should take care of that. Is mount point an actual command? Yeah, so Nara, I've never seen the command either, and I typed it in. So it's kind of cool. Let me, let's just go set font ter v28b. So we'll go big, right? Let's come down a little bit so chat doesn't interrupt. So we have mount point home, right? Not a mount point. You get, if you look over there, you got that sad face to the right. Home is not a mount point. But if you go mount point, MNT, mount point is that. So what the command for the script would be a Q, so it quiets it down. But you'll notice something. If you do a mount point of home, you get the sad face. Kind of a cool command. I've never knew it. That's why I like LLMs a little bit, to get these little tricks, because I mean, I would never know that. And I'm not about to scour through a bunch of manuals. So I was like, that's a neat thing. I would have gone a way different tact on this. So mount point dash Q, and then specifying that mount point, it'll actually return a valid value if it is mounted. If it's not, then it'll just exit out. I think that's neat. For once, AI isn't hallucinating. It actually did something good. Something, yeah, it's rare it happens, but when it does, I really love some of the logic that it has. Most of it is wrong, and a lot of times it does hallucinate. A lot of times it gets syntax incorrect, or sometimes it's like, hey, I'm going to mix 2 languages together. And I'm like, is that really a thing? And then I'll be like, oh, no, it's not. That would have been cool. But sometimes it does get it right. And you're like, oh, wow. And it creates something that you're like, I can use that. I'm going to remember that. And I'm going to use it elsewhere. And I think that's cool. Now, having said that, did we do this push? Oh, jeez, I sat here and babbled on. I could have been sitting here doing it so I'm not waiting on the actions. Come on, Chris. Come on. Hey, Vic Wizard, how you doing? Long time no see. Yeah, I need to do more night streams. This one's just going to be a long one. Dude, we're at... Jeez. I don't know. We did almost 5 hours on the first stream. We're over 2 on this one. So, yeah. We're approaching 7 hours. Yeah. It's going to be cool once this is done, though. People are going to be like, dude, that's pretty neat. After dinner stream is better. All right. Well, there's probably less chatter, so it's easier to get stuff done. I blame chat for sidetracking me so much. Yeah, I'm almost up to a full work day. That's true. Although I was out in the garage earlier, man, I'm really digging the garage. I'm getting it all set up to where I can really just work out in there instead of having to go to like a gym, and it's really coming up. I had so many like projects build up, and I was every morning I wake up, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna make a little progress out there. So today I had like a hole in the sheetrock, so I cut that out and framed out like a new holder for the sheetrock, put in a new sheetrock, screwed that up. I still gotta mud it, but I'm like, do that another day. And yeah, it looks, honestly, I could just leave it like it is. It looks pretty good in it being a garage, but yeah, it's coming together. It's coming together. Yeah. After all that, I'm telling you, it's going to be neat. You're going to love it. I'll be able to film out there and actually be like, all right, I want to show you that side of the garage. That's where all the junk is. I've actually gone through it. It's really neat now. All right. We're done with that. We're back. Let's do a curl. And we're just going to go FSSL christitus.com/Linux dev and pipe that over. Oh, no. Oh, sorry. Windows on the brain. All right. Now we have our Arch Linux install script. So we go Arch Linux, Arch setup. 1 second. This is just entirely too large. I didn't realize the set font comes over into this. Okay. Let's bring that down a little hair, right? All right. Now we're good. All right. Username. Yes. ext4 Chicago US. All right. I did not see the MNT. Okay, let's see. I think the MNT comes after it. Did anybody see the MNT not go? Formatting disk. Okay. I didn't see anything. Proceed anyways. I don't think that went too quick. That's sus. Yeah, we did a pack strap. It should have gone through the check. So back here, let me think. We got to do some error checking. We got to do some logging. Right now, I'm just like throwing darts in the dark. That's no good. Log the setup to arch setup.txt. Let's just log this thing. I don't want to redirect all of it. Will that redirect all of it? I think it'd be. Do more streams at this time so we can watch you. All right, gaming, you got it, man. I don't mind the late night streams. They're much more chill. I don't think that's a right log. I think that's gonna redirect everything, won't it? Yeah, I definitely get more focused the later it gets. I don't know why. What's happening? Still output to console as well. Oh, it's 8 a.m. for you. All right, cool. All right, we should be good. So we'll do a redirect at the very start, right? So you got the bin bash right here. Redirect standard output. Arch setup. Let's just do it again. God bless. Setup arch setup.txt. We'll take it out after. All right. So we got that. Still don't understand. It should have failed. something is happening with that pack strap. There is something happening with that pack strap. I guarantee it. But what is it? Some of the legal people and lawyers dislike how you lock down their system. No, they just care about doing their work. At the end of the day, that's what most people want. A lot of people in the tech sphere focus too much on the right way of doing things and less on the, hey, what does the actual end user want? They just want a system that works and they can do all their stuff and nothing else happening. It's a pretty simple request. Hard to accomplish, but a simple request. And most people get lost in, oh, well, hey, yeah, I got this patch coming in. I got to make sure that's in. And then if that patch doesn't get in, then that's not set up properly. And I'm like, okay, let's not get lost in the forest from the trees here, guys. You gotta remember at the end of the day, it's all about the end user. What is their experience like? Is it better or worse for you doing your work? If it's worse, what are you doing? I know. I'm just saying. It's all about that experience. Yeah, you don't want it to break. You want to know when it passes the stop sign. Yeah, it's interesting though. End users are something that I think is lost on a lot of tech people though, and you should always be thinking about them, especially if that's your job. Let's go to just the installation guide. I'm missing something, or maybe there's an update here. I know. When in doubt, read the manual, right? All right. Yep. Make swap, mount file systems, swap on if you want. Select the mirrors, install essential packages, base, Linux firmware. And I tell you what, there's something that kind of rubs me the wrong way about this install. I'm going to switch it. I'm just going to do it how I would do it. I bet you it was like a bad PR. I think at one point in time, like ArchTitus, right when I was creating this project, is around the time I just accepted almost every PR. I was like, hey, oh, you're sending something my way? Oh, cool. Someone's contributing to my project. I'm going to accept it, even if it was trash. And that is not a good way to maintain a project, is it? Oh, young, naive Titus. If I could go back in time, I wouldn't change a thing because that's how I learned. By screwing stuff up. All right. There's that. Wait. There's a double pack strap in here. Okay. That makes more sense. Actually, let's add. Yeah, that's fine. Do that. That's awful. I should have removed that. I should have done a copy, but whatever. All right. I like that better. Let's look at the Arch Wiki on the pack strap syntax. When did they add this -K? What the hell's that? What's that trigger? Pack strap -K. What? Oh, don't I? Initialize an empty Pac-Man keyring in the target implies G. You have alternate config. Use the package cache on the host rather than the target. Skip Pac-Man dependencies checks. Avoid copying the host Pac-Man keyring to the target. So when you do your pack strap, I've never actually used the -K. Do you really want to avoid? I mean, do you want an empty keyring? I mean, technically you'd want to copy all that, right? There's a -K option as well. What's old TLDR stand for pack strap? Yeah, see, that's the way I've always done it. Install base, common firmware, perfect. Install that. Install a copy of host mirrors. Install a package without a copy of that. You could use an alternate configuration, install packages using that, install an empty keyring in the target without copying it from the host. I don't think you want any of that. We're doing it right. I think just separating those pack straps into that, I think was big. Running pack strap twice on a UEFI install, I think was an issue. Still, I'm not sure. Let's just run this command. Packstrap EFI manager. Let's go LSBLK. So it's already strapped. So we go packstrap. Let's go base devil, EFI boot manager. Ah, well, it'd help if you specified. Okay. Yeah, that syntax looks good. Central time. Sergeant Poppycock. All right. Next up, Linux LTS, Linux firmware -LTS. Oh, failed to install packages to new root. Target out LTS. Oh, I'm such an idiot. Just fat fingered it, man. God bless. What is that? Linux LTS firmware? What was I thinking? Not a package? Staring me right in the face. I still like this new else statement. I don't think there's any reason to do 2-pack straps. So I'm fine with that. We found the issue. We found the bug. Yeah, it was something simple. It's always something simple like that. All right. Pack strap fix. That was it. Out of all the things, that was it. I mean, it's good to do those other error checks too. So it's not like I'm disappointed in some of the other code we wrote. It's always good to have more error checks. But this is going to work. We learn more when the universe makes Chris read. That's true. So do I too. Like the beauty of when you screw up or you have like something stupid like this, where you just grab some random package or make it up in your head. I would love to attribute that to like, I guess I'd have to rewind the tape and see if that was a Jippity thing that just got added. Or I think it was probably a Copilot autocomplete, and I just was like, oh yeah, LTS firmware, that sounds good. And then as soon as I saw it just now, I was like, what? Linux LTS firmware? That's not a package. So I don't think I did write that. I think that was like a Copilot autocomplete that I just like, yeah, sure. That's another thing I think many people miss too about the LLMs. These autocompletes, man, when it works, it's nice and it's a huge time saving. But that simple autocomplete that just happened cost me 3 hours. I think there's a cost to LLMs that a lot of people aren't talking about. And that cost is, well, when it hallucinates and it throws in something that looks good, but is absolutely not good, like that, a bad package, it can give you some weird bugs or bugs that it's not really clear right out of the gate. And that is a problem. That is a big cost sink. So where LLMs will save you a lot of time, they can also cost you a ton of time. And I think a lot of people overlook that. Having said that, it is time. This thing's going to work. We don't have any more LLM shenanigans. It's nice when it works, but man, that pissed me off. Let's go. We fixed that bug too. All right, here we go. I don't see any errors on mounting or anything like that. We'll know after this refactor. I think that's when most of it comes through. They're definitely going to replace your job. Watch out. Yeah. Okay, this is looking much more promising. Here we go. I see that this makes more sense because before we were already towards the end, and I'm like, okay, now we're cooking. Yeah. I think some people miss the point of LLMs. If a company invests in it and they self and train it, the company will do the thing over and over and over by pros where they will shine and AI will become more powerful. I think that's true. You could definitely see that. What happened here? Uh-oh. Oh. Oh, oops. Ah. You can't arch root in. It turns it into interactive mode. Ah, okay. One more bug. So, arch root. I did want to check. How was our, I never did make this. I was like, did it ever make the log? Yeah, it did not. You can hear document commands to root though. Yeah. Yeah. So the big thing here, now that I just talked crap on LLMs, let's go. This makes it interactive, which is not what we want from a script. You can use arch root with a here document, just like you were saying, to run commands interactively. Here is how you modify your script. Really? Cool. So you would just change this to a bin bash EOF. Oh, you're feeding the commands directly in. That's neat. I got you. So we're feeding all of this in, adding the user. Oh, wow. That's cool. Nice. So then you just add the EOF, feed it in with the here sign. When you said here, I was like, what is a here? And I was like, I gotcha. That's neat. Okay, that's pretty elegant. I like that. So we can still keep it into one script. I don't want to break it apart into scripts like we did with ArchTitus. And this was perfect. What a good fix. So, as a software engineer that's tried out AIs for a good while now, I've never felt so secure about my job. Oh, yeah, fair wet waffle. That's a great name too, Captain Wet Waffle. Oh my gosh. Oh man, yeah, that's awesome though. I think it's a great learning tool. You know, that's the cool thing about LLMs. You can learn a lot from it. You can catch little neat things from it. But will it write your whole program? It won't. Will it write a whole function for you? Yeah. Will it write it right? Probably not. Probably you'll be fishing. Why doesn't this work exactly the way I want it to? Why did it just hallucinate and put Linux LTS firmware and had me chasing ghosts for 4 hours? You know, just things. Just little things like that. Fix arch ch root. We'll pull and push. All right. We're good. Now let's let this build. I feel really good about this. I think we probably, well, I'm going to leave it. I got my old Arch install scripts I worked on earlier this year if you want to check them out and take or adapt what you need. Yeah, Nara. It's neat. I was pulling from ArchTitus, but the thing with ArchTitus is I never updated it, and it was a kind of a gobbledygook Frankenstein of a creation of just such a conglomeration of PRs that kind of went off the rails. Where now I really wanted to kind of take ArchTitus, focus it, and make it what I really, really wanted it to be. But I'll put it in LinUtil like that. Yep. Okay, I'll be in. Oh, I'll have to check that out, Peter. I'm going to pull that up. Amazon. Yeah, C programming language. Although C's dying. It's getting replaced by Rust. The LLMs are going to translate all of C to Rust automagically. Oh, no. I'm going in, but guess what? This is working. Set your timer. It's happening right now. It's working. Oh, man. All right, Arch setup script. I have 2 minutes. It either works right now or it doesn't work. Arch test. We're going super fast. It's going to work. Drum roll. That's actually my kids. Because they're like, it's time for bed. It's like, I know. Don't worry. It's going to work this time. Be there in a second. 5 hours later. But no, it's working this time. I already know ahead of time. Start cleaning up everything. I think I got all that. Got that. That's good. Finish, my pretty. Oh, where's the timer? I don't know the timer. Still got to do some optimization, I'm sure. I'm curious to see if it actually makes it to the end. I think it will, though. I feel really good about this. I think this is it. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. The successful build. It's happening right now. Network setup, a couple extra packages, flying through. Fail your syntax error. CPU opcode, address, command not found, byte, command not found, syntax error. Good night, all. It did not go well. I'm done. But we're really close. So, the next time, we'll get it. A valiant effort. We're that close. I can feel it. That close. I might just record the rest offline. No, I'm not quitting. I'll be back. I'm going to put the kids to bed. We're finishing it. That's not acceptable. Not acceptable. 1 second. We'll be back. All right. We finish. We are finishing. By golly. Cheese and crackers, we're not. We do not end the stream until we're done. All right. It's the microcode. I was like, man, we're so close. There's no way I can end this. Will not be ended until it's done. Why does that look odd? Oh, it's the EOF. Okay. It's like, that looks odd. All right. That's okay. It bombed out right around. Nothing's there. We still didn't get any log. I don't have no idea where it tops the log file. I know. I still feel lucky. My daughter still does, even though she's like 13. It's like, I was like, all right. It's the microcode bit. All right, right here. This. Oh. So instead of piping it, reject it. So if. No, that's not right. I think it's a character escape issue. I agree. I think it's this right here. How that is going into here. I mean, honestly, switching it to an echo and then just grepping it would be ideal, I think. So I think this is fine. So if you look at this, I don't see an issue with that. Yeah. Proc type is referenced but not assigned. I mean, it's assigned right here, right? Do we do local for proc type maybe? Does that matter? I don't feel like it does. Change these to echo. Yeah, yep. The / back would be the issue. All right, let's just no, cancel. Just copy that. So we'll just change that to an echo. Installing drivers. Come on. Damn it, AI. Damn it. You got one job. Change things to an echo, not change the commands. All right. You had one job, yet you change stuff you don't have any right to change. Put my Pac-Man install back, you fool. You jackwagon. Where is my NVIDIA install? And why are you echoing NVIDIA-xconfig? You are really dumb and should feel bad about doing that. Oh my God. Really? You are echoing Pac-Man? Are you trying to screw me over with bad code? What is up? God. Oh my God! The LLM is trolling me right now. Straight up a troll. What is happening? What is this code? Look at this garbage. Like, all of it is just absolute dog poo. Like, what's it? NVIDIA xconfig? God bless. That's hilarious, though. It definitely felt like it was like, oh, really? Well, then, have I got something for you? I don't know about copying these packages. It might try to screw me again, actually. I think we need to look back at that. We're going to go to ArchTitus. I think I made the LLM gods mad. And I just have a feeling if we look at ArchTitus, yeah, I just think that there's issues with that. I think it was under configs. No, not configs. Let's go to package files. And no, not there either, actually. Scripts. All right, not user, but setup. And when we look at the microcode, that's fine. But the graphics drivers, yeah, just to make sure. I'm like, I'm just not feeling that, what they're throwing down here. It may be fine, but yeah, no, I'd rather not take any chances. So let's just go no confirm, grab this guy. I think that's the same thing for both Intel and integrated. So that's fine. Yeah, so install there. That's fine. Oh, this is wrong. Got to fix this and this. Okay. All right. Oh, it's fine. We're pretty much there. I'm gonna just change that. We're gonna install that. Pac-Man. I mean, whatever. Bring that back. We gotta change that GPU, but that's okay. Put that in. So we got our Pac-Man. Then we just change this out to an Echo. Just don't feel like it's gonna give me what I want. So we're gonna do that. And Echo GPU integrated graphics controller. Then over here, Echo GeForce. That's okay, I think. Why is this one LSPCI on the LF? So I kind of like this method better. This is how I would write it. I would do a LSPCI grep that, then do this. If it's this one, although this runs LSPCI a bunch. No. Yeah, you'd want to do it this method, Echo GPU. You'd actually do two, so this would be Echo GPU type. Then you just grep the VGA and AMD. I feel like that's okay. I'm not sure about how assigning these variables through the EOF would be, but we did, I think, solve that one issue. Yeah, now I'm almost afraid to use it now that I cursed out the LLM and just called it basically an idiot. And I called it dumb too, but it kind of is. So I'm not that worried about it. It did feel like it was trolling me with that last answer. I literally felt like it broke down and was just like, I'm just going to give you the most crappy thing I could possibly think of. I was totally. How did you make ArchTitus ASCII? Oh, you can just do it through like ASCII art, like ASCII art generator. There's a bunch of different ones out there. I think, what did I use? Was this it? Was it the art? No, that wasn't it. Nah, it might have been this. I think if you go towards the bottom, I think there's a little more fancy. Yeah, well, macro fonts. No, that's not it. But you can kind of flip through them and just find which one you like and then type, put it in. So you can do a lot of different cool ASCII stuff through those generations. When the robots take over, you're the first target. Yeah, it's not been the first time I've gone off on LLMs. I don't know. I'm just still kind of salty that they just put me down quite the path there. That was pretty just bad, which is fine. It happens. Now I just want to look back over the code. I'm like, all right, I feel like that's good. The only thing that I'm kind of iffy on here is these quotes with the variables and issuing the variables and commands using the EOF. I think it's okay. I don't think we're going to run a problem with that, but still a concern. Let's run this. Let's go back here, fix error on micro code and GPU selection. Maybe the LLM got so advanced that it's feeding you bad data to teach you to think for yourself. Hey, that's a good point, Peter. It's like, yeah, you know what? He's been asking this. We need to just force him to do it. K-Win is a pain, but a pain I choose to endure. I like Ice WM. Oh, yeah. But I'm too used to eye candy. Oh, man. Well, actually, Peter, if you look, there's a BetterFS Microsoft project out. So if you want to do Windows with BetterFS, because NTFS is hot garbage, as we all know, BetterFS with Windows. I wonder, it's been a while since I checked in on WinBeat BetterFS. Have we seen anything lately? Hey, last week, he's still been jamming. Oh, I got to try this again. So WinBetterFS is a Windows driver for next generation Linux file system BetterFS. A re-implementation from scratch, it chooses no code from the Linux kernel and should work on any version from Windows XP and onwards. It also is included as a part of a free operating system, React OS. The BetterFS file system is an MD software RAID device created by Linux. Yeah, it's legit. So if you are wanting a different file system other than NTFS, it's more of a wrapper with NTFS inside of it, I believe. But pretty darn cool looking. I like it. I need to do. I was originally going to do a video about it, and then I was like, oh hell, it's so obscure. Nobody really cares. Explain, why does Microsoft use this garbage file system instead of like ext4 or XFS or whatever? I think they're the licensing issues with it. I don't know if they're licensed under MIT or if they're licensed under GPL. I think ext4 and XFS and BetterFS are all GPL licensed. So I think that's the main issue. And they just don't want to spend any time to do a new file system because average users don't know any better. There's going to be Linux or Windows fanboys that are like, oh, well, Microsoft can do no wrong. NTFS is obviously the secure one. That's what the geniuses up there picked. Like, all right, well, that's wild. Let's go try it one more time. Well, let's be frank. There's probably going to be many more runs. All right, we're going. I know. I just, the journaling system in NTFS. I mean, it's just a terrible file system, but it's good enough for them. All right, this is looking pretty nice. Like it. Grabbing our Linux firmware, Linux LTS. We'll know here in a second. Oh, man. So there we go. It looks like it got through the microcode. We got to the network. And checking. All right, here we go. Line 1, syntax error, unexpected token, CPU op modes. Gotta find a better way. Is it running the command that's the issue or not? It's definitely something with that microcode, though. And I want to say it's this quote right here that's going to be the problem. So now that I thoroughly pissed off old Jippity, we're switching to Sonnet. All right. Sonnet's pretty good with Bash. I think Sonnet's better with Bash than Jippity anyways. Let's go. Could use an ArchCH without being in the EOF for those specifically. That's a good point. Proc type. Yeah, Sonnet's way better with most code, except PowerShell. PowerShell is not its strong suit a lot of times. I've had more luck with Jippity. Yeah, I said line 1, didn't expect that. So what's happening with this is it's running the lspcu command inside of the EOF. And what I'm thinking now is, how do I extract this command into what I need by doing an ArchCH root? I'm trying to think, what is the best way to run that? No, I don't give up when I'm on. I give up when I'm done. It'll be fine. I'm gonna get it. So I could either omit the microcode, get it after. I don't necessarily like that. I'd like to just knock it out. I could eject from here on the ArchCH root and run the variable, grab what I need, launch back into chroot and install what is needs to be installed. Hell, you could packstrap it outside of the, I don't know if I've never used packstrap in that context. It's kind of thinking outside the box. Yeah. If I don't get it in the next 30 minutes, how about that? Just give me 30 minutes. You could grab the variables and pass. I don't know if you can pass variables into a chroot though. Once I'm finished BCA, you push a button. You just highlight install Arch and it'll install Arch. That's the gist of it. What is the best method to do this? This is in a here EOF. I can't run lscpu and assign it to proc type. I'm just gonna tell the LLM the problem. You're right. I apologize for the confusion. Trust me, you're not confused. Since the code is within a here doc, an EOF, that's being executed in the chroot environment. We can't directly use the lscpu command from the host system. Instead, we need to modify their approach, determine the processor type within the chroot environment. Here is an updated version that will work. Really? Instead of using lscpu, we're checking the contents of proc CPU info. That's kind of genius. It's a good idea. I am here for it. You are good. Awesome. Awesome. That was perfect. You are way better than GPT. Now, what about LSPCI below it? How do I fix that? Build up its confidence here. Ah, man, see, you just can't compliment them. It's just, it always ends in tragedy. Yeah. All right, we'll be sarcastic. All right, flattery won't help. It's an algorithm. It doesn't feel. That's right. We need to be blunt. Okay. Never mind. You are just as dumb. We just established you cannot run commands in HereDoc inside an EOF. Why? What other solutions do you have? Chris will call Spynet. I know, but it's gonna be fun until that day. Okay, since we cannot run these commands inside a chroot environment, we need to gather information before entering chroot. I mean, that's a way to do it. It's not bad. I still like their other solution with the microcode, grabbing it from CPU info. So let's grab that, I guess. I mean, honestly, is that really much different than what we're doing right here? QI, NVIDIA, AMD, Intel. I mean, integrated graphics driver. It's actually worse. So we probably wouldn't use that. I do like the overall approach here. So, you know, there's that. Better off, I do like this. So we'll just take this before we enter in. Back here, where's that? Here. Yeah, right there. So we'll just grab this GPU info, LSPCI, that appears unused. GPU type. So we just grab GPU type, assign it to VGA, 3D, and display. Feed that into there. Then when we look at this, and I think I like that LSPCI, just grabbing it and culling it down to just the VGAs, though. I think that's good. Yeah, I think that's going to be awesome. And then who am I? You can't run well, no. Who am I is just a basic variable, so it should be fine. I'm not sure if that's going to be... So you are already user blah, blah, blah. Proceed with AUR installs. That's fine. Set the password. Echo username password set. That's fine. I think I might just remove all this crap. So obviously it's root. This check is not needed. So group add libvirt. We go ahead and add wheel libvirt. I mean, users will probably already be there. Shell's bin bash username. That's fine. So it says that's made. Echo username change password. Echo username password set. Name of hostname set. That's good. All right. All of that looks solid. Anything else pop out at me? I don't think so. Yeah, no. This not needed either. Replace in the same state. Well, sure. It doesn't hurt anything. All right. I feel like that is good. So we got our GPU type, genuine Intel, fixing that, pulling that in, just kind of removing that if-else statement. I don't think that would cause any issues, but I'm just like, it's kind of pointless. You're obviously running as root, and we're not doing anything with the AUR in this script. So there's no user or run as user. Let's pull this down. We're going to exit 0. I agree. It's going to be an exit 0 day. Here we go. Success, green all around. Fix GPU and CPU errors. Is using GitHub desktop on Linux allowed? I don't know. I'm trying it. It works good. Shift key / Linux desktop. AI doesn't have any feelings. I don't know. We never know. It could be sentient. What was it? The Google guy like 2 or 3 years ago that completely went off the rails and was like, the AI is sentient. And I want whatever drugs that guy was on, because that guy literally lost his job at Google And this is like Google's AI 3 years ago, which was just complete garbage. So I think he was just like really lonely because their AI is so bad. I mean, their current AI is pretty terrible as well. I've used Gemini and I'm like, yeah, it's pretty bottom barrel. It's kind of crazy how Google is like the worst at this stuff, isn't it? I mean, it was kind of crazy. Oh yeah, he was risen up to AI. I'm pretty sure he was asking all kinds of answers. Yeah, it was kind of sad that they did fire him for it. But man, that was, how long ago was that when he got fired? Because he said they have a sentient AI. I've talked to it. It's real. It's living, breathing. But it really sucks at programming. All right, here we go. Oh no, what's Snow typing in there? Vendor, LSCPU, vendor ID. I think what we ended up doing was just grabbing it from proc CPU info. Yeah, that was AI early days. Yeah, it had to be. I think it was like 2 years, 3 years ago. I want to say it was a while back. All right, this is the one. This is the one that wins. I guarantee it. I've got good feelings about this one. This is the Arch Linux auto setup. Here we go. And we're off to the races. We need an AI tier list. I agree. Sonnet would be at the top of mine right now. Sonnet did give us some really cool stuff on this go around before just completely shitting the bed, but it was pretty awesome. Before that, I was like, oh, that was actually really good. Good job, AI. And then the next answer it gave me was just complete garbage. But that's how it goes. The Quarians started an entire war by trying to destroy the Geeth for simply asking if they have a soul. Oh man, I don't know what that is. I don't know what either of those are. I think I played too many computer games when I was younger and didn't read enough books. I like Llama. You know, Llama's probably the best name out of any AI. It's just my opinion, but I think so. Oh, did I miss your chat? What do we got? Gaming winner. Let me see. Oh, you know, I never got into game. I always wanted to do Mass Effect. I've heard it's good story, but I just don't like story for some odd reason. Oh, yeah. The streaming times? Yeah, I agree. I really would like it. Oh, hey, look at this. Here we go. Time. Let's see. Here it comes. This is the microcode install. Shiitake mushrooms. Okay. Bash line 78. Syntax error. If echo. Unexpected token there. Okay. I gotcha. Figured there would be something. We're almost there. NVIDIA. It's always NVIDIA's fault. Damn it, NVIDIA. Echo. Wait, what did you just change? Okay, that's good. That's good. All right. Gotta watch those tricky autocompletes. I'm like, you don't change the package on me. I'm watching you, LLM. Watching like a hawk. All right. Oh, no. I wanted you to autocomplete that one. Sorry. Okay. Oops. Let's encapsulate that. Yeah, my bad. I fat fingered that one. That's okay. Fix GPU error. You've seen Star Wars, right? Yeah. Does a bear shit in the woods? Of course I've seen Star Wars. What the hell? Oh my gosh. This is really the one. I agree. This is the one. But no Mass Effect. Shame. Fair. That's some fair punches. Bet you played Elden Ring with no magic too. Oh man. I loved Elden Ring. You know, I never did finish the expansion. I beat most of it and got through a good chunk of it, and then I just kind of lost steam. I don't know why. I loved the original though. I played the original all the way to the end, was just obsessed. The DLC was very good, but I don't know. I feel like if both came out at the same time, I would have just gone through all of it at one go. Here we go. This is the one. I am sure of it. It's always something though on these little bash scripts. Man, I should grab more water. You know, I loved Elden Ring so much I went back and tried to play Dark Souls, and then Dark Souls 3 a little bit, and the linear approach of those are pretty rough. And it wasn't long before I was like, yeah, maybe not. And then I was trying, I think, Sekiro, and that's more of like a rhythm game, and I have no rhythm, so that was pretty an awful experience. Cool game, but my God, did I suck at it. And then I still got to do Bloodborne, but it's not on PC, so bummer. Yeah. We are good to go. Here we go. One more time. Boop, boop, boop. Here we go. Arch Linux setup. Go through ext4 and off we go. One more time. How many times are we going to try to install Arch tonight? At least 100. Yeah, this is going to be wild. This is going to be a wild one to edit tomorrow. This is going to be an all-day edit because we did 5.5. The first half. We're up to 3.5. I think I will do an intro for it just to say, here's what's in store. I've put check marks on each step and then just try and bullet point. I probably should have done some markers throughout this one, but I really didn't know where we were going. So it's kind of hard when you're programming like this. It's hard to do the timestamps until after it's done. Yeah, I'm just going to intro and timestamp it for sure. I might just start introing my VODs just to give like a general feel and vibe of the VOD so people would know what to expect from it. This is going to be cool though. I think once we're done with this, it should be a neat deal. Oh. All right, network setup, cores, microcode. Here we go. Microcode time. I've been here since 3 p.m. CST. I still don't know what you're doing. Thank you. Thank you for watching me that long. I'm basically making a one button click install for Arch Linux. I just keep failing over and over. Although we're getting closer. This did say failed, but I don't think it failed. I think it actually worked. All right. There it is. There it is. Working. All right. There we go. Oh, there's our first iteration of a base Arch install. Now I guess we got to benchmark it, right? I think that's what we do next. Let's benchmark. How long did that take? So let's see. Well, actually, where's that start menu? Ah, no. Okay. So what we'll do, let's just push that to number 5. We'll bring this guy. Ah, okay, here we go. I think we'll actually, let's put the terminal over here and let's start up the machine. Okay. So now this is going to be inside it. So let's say you're on a new machine, you put your Arch ISO in, you got it going. So you're going to load up Arch on your new system or wipe out your existing system, whatever. The first thing we're going to do now, you're not going to need to do any of this JQ crap that I'm about to do because this is a dev branch. So JQ is not needed for the start branch. But I'm going to go ahead and install this. Oh, oops. Got to give it a second. This VM, for some odd reason, it takes a little bit, and then finally it connects to the internet. So your setup will be right here. It'll be ready to go. So then you're going to curl fssl christitus.com, and then it'll be Linux. We're going to do the dev branch today. That's why I had to do JQ and crap. And then we do sh. So as soon as we come in here, I'm going to start the term down. Oh, nope, it didn't. JQ command not found. Did it not install JQ? Oh, okay, 1 second. Okay, there we go. Okay, now we're on the latest one. We got the Arch server set up. We're going to start term down, come down a little bit. All right, we're starting it now. Here we go. Speed run of Arch. And we are off. What are we thinking on the time? It does feel a little slower, it being wrapped inside the Linux toolbox compared to raw bash. So I don't know if we're going to beat the 2 minutes. I think it's going to be closer to about 2 minutes, 30 seconds for the entirety of it. But it could be a little longer just because I do feel like it's a little slow on this VM. Oh, come on. What happened there? U-mounts not mounted. Oh, dude. Tell me that was not real. It looks like it's still grabbing it. I did see a U-mount MNT not mounted. Let's see. It shouldn't fail. I think I'll lose my shit if that happens. See me throw my chair into my green screen. Oh, yeah. We probably definitely should test like BetterFS because BetterFS has a lot of little tricky nuances to it. For tonight, I think we're just going to go with the base EXT4. Oh, man. I don't think we're going to make it. Come on. So close. 1 minute 55. No, we're only to the microcode. Ah, darn it. What do we got? 10 pull-ups, 11 pull-ups, 13, 14, 15. Oh, geez, that's a lot of pull-ups. It's okay. If I get under 50 pull-ups, we'll be okay. 30 pull-ups. Come on, man. Oh, it's already failed. Okay. That was about 30 pull-ups. Okay. Let's make sure it actually boots. So about 230. About what I thought. Let's just reboot into our firmware interface and just select it from the boot menu. Yeah. I love pull-ups, though. And we'll just select Arch. Bam. LTS. And there we go. Very, very cool. Up-to-date Arch. Everything in about 2 minutes and 30 seconds. That is pretty fun. And then, like, what we could do from there is, like, FSL, ChrisTitus.com / we're just going to do Linux like a normal person would. We're not going to do the dev branch. And let's say we wanted to do the Paru helper. We just grab that. Let's see how this does. So what we've done is installed Arch. Now we're like, you know what? Let's grab our AUR helper. I'm going to go with Paru or Yay. You'd install that. Yeah, I think the init CPIO, we could definitely optimize some more too. It also could be something with the VM. That's LTS, man. LTS is 6.6. It's where all the cool kids live. LTS is old, boring. I know, but it's stable. No. Arch is bleeding edge enough. We don't need to make it super bleeding edge. We don't need it dripping bleeding edge. No NVIDIA blob. Radeon 760M fixes. LTS sucks. Oh my gosh, you bunch of haters. Oh, we already got parallel downloads modification done, JT. It did that. Also did the make packages. So we've done both. Your make packages during the build process of your AUR is pretty important too. I think maybe the system's just, maybe it's just like, dude, I am beat. I haven't been worked this hard in a while. It could be. Yeah, we could try DWM too. I think that's in the toolkit. What happened here? Is the build just sticking a little bit? I think it is. Because, let's see. It was using max CPU, but now it's not. Let's see. So y'all can see. Now it's, yeah, I don't know the make packages. I'm kind of curious on that. Feels like it's, only using like one CPU here. Interesting. Definitely some optimizations to do on it. What's the differences between Arch and Debian? Quite a bit, Eric. Debian uses a stable release. Usually the packages run about 12 to 24 months behind Arch, but they're much more stable. So usually bad packages don't make it into Debian. The downside is everything's like a year or two old usually on Debian. So it's a double-edged sword, so to speak. You do get a lot more stable environment in Debian. All right, so then we have Paru. Let's see. Applications. Let's get a cool bash prompt. Pimp out our bash. You know, I don't think DWM Titus is going to install because I don't think I got X server going on here. This is just going to grab all the fonts and such. Yeah, let's install Starship, right? Enable, yes. Key bindings, update, yes. All right, cool. One other thing, build prerequisites. Probably don't need to grab all this right now, but I kind of want to. Could not find all the required packages. Remind me to update this portion for the build requirement. What about gaming dependencies? Yeah, it's going to be a lot. But I still don't think we've actually installed a graphics renderer on here yet. Okay. So that's pretty good, but DWM Titus, I don't think it's going to be able to grab it. Maybe? Seems, really? I don't think that works. I'm like, Xorg, Xinit would still need to be installed. So it wants to install all these packages, which is fine. Cannot find Xinit. It's probably like Xorg Xinit. Yeah, ManDB. Oh, yeah, very good. It grabbed it all. So that should be enough. So with Xorg and Xinit probably would be the two things I'd grab alongside a DWM basic install. So then if you do like a start X, couldn't find the bus, let's reboot. Let's see. So I'll update those two projects. And man, I think that's about it, really. Oh, the DWMPR. Yeah, I need to look at that too. Gaming. I know there's a couple on there. So was it start X? Okay, yeah, that's not gonna work because X term not found. Why would that matter? Cannot open display. What would be what I'm missing on that? I'd be kind of interested. Should just be start X, right? But X term not found. I don't think you need X term. Sure, let's grab it. Need to add exec. Thanks, Nara. That's right. So just go into Xinit RC and just insert exec DWM. So then you do a start X and ta-da! There she be. We don't have Rofi. We don't have Alacrity. None of that. So what this looks like would be sudo. Oh, actually, let's just do a paru as Rofi. Yes. Oh, actually, I think all this is in the toolbox. So then we just do the toolbox install. I need to make an install command so I don't have to type this in every time. Linux sh, and let's just go to applications. So I would grab Alacrity. That's done. Then I grab my Rofi config. That's done. What else do I want? Pretty much everything, right? That's pretty much all my stuff. All right, and then I'd go start X, and then I'd have a full system. Pretty quick. I like it. There definitely, obviously, a lot of improvement. It's not ready for prime time yet, but man, is it close. Because wow, like that would be pretty clutch for a lot of people. Which so you could actually replicate all my stuff. So you could replicate my bash, you could replicate my DWM, you could replicate, obviously, a simplistic Arch install. You could grab the things you like from what I make, the bad things you don't, and just mix and mash whatever you want. You could go with ZSH, you could do anything. And I think that would be the way to go. So, yeah, I really dig that, man. That is very neat. Wow. A success. I said I would not stop streaming until we were at the end. And we got Arch Linux installed all through the Linux utility with a whole ArchTitus conversion done. And we were there. Still some bugs to work out, some little kinks here and there. But overall, condensing all those scripts from ArchTitus into about 600 lines. Still some little things to do here and there, but man, that's gonna be big. There's a huge, just good foundation for a lot of folks. Not under 120 seconds yet. There's a lot of room for improvement there. We've got it at about 230. So 150 seconds. So 30 pull-ups next stream. All right, you got it. Maybe I'll show off my garage. So, all right, y'all. Love y'all. Have a great night. And I'll see you guys next week. Next Tuesday will be the next stream. All right, y'all. Peace.